Good morning, everyone. Can we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Ms. Councilmember Wire, would you mind leading us?
Yes, Chair. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Today we have Dave Dunaway to give the message of aloha. As we embark on a new year, it's important that we start the new year off with aloha. A few months back, longtime friend Dave Dunaway asked that I take a look at the state's aloha law. Aloha is actually codified in the Hawaii Revised Statutes, and we're looking at whether or not we should codify it in our revised ordinances of Honolulu. Dave mentioned that aloha has been waning in our community, and we could all be better off if we had more aloha. Dave is a pastor of his church and teacher at Jarrett Middle School. He has dedicated his life to service of others. He, like many others, have embraced this deep kuleana as responsibility carried by those who came before us and continue to instill aloha. He is a prominent and dedicated member of his community and truly one of the greatest ambassadors of aloha that I know. Please help me welcome my friend, Dave Dunaway. Hello, brother.
So I gotta go slow here. I hurt myself. Thank you, my brother. Thank you so much. Okay. Hello, everybody. How are you guys? This gallery. I want to acknowledge you guys over there and you guys over there. Why? Because you guys are just as important. Okay. Aloha, everybody. How are you guys doing this morning? My name is Dave Dunaway. Wow, this is kind of formal, yeah? So, no, but seriously, for myself, one of the big things is I never write one speech. And the reason why is because when you guys go out and you talk to your friends, you write one speech before you talk to your friends. No, none of us do, right? We just go out and we talk story with our friends. And I said, you know what, I'm going to come over here and I want to make friends. Some of you I know, I've known for years. You know, I remember Augie was the first radio station that released our first album. So they played this song called Menehune Beach Bum Boogie. It was the first song I ever wrote in my life of my first album. But so it's crazy. I've known Calvin all my life, known Tommy for years. Some of you guys I just met. Thank you so much for being so kind and just welcoming me. But just love the fact that I had a chance, and I would love to get to know each and every one of you guys more. But today, you know, I just wanted to talk story about something. Like many of you, I wear many hats, okay? Like I know some of you guys are business owners, you know? Some of you guys are attorneys. Some of you guys are mommies, daddies. You guys wear a bunch of different hats, just like myself. You know, on Monday through Friday, I wear a hat, and my students call me Mr. Dunaway, real formal. And then on Sundays, I wear a hat, and they call me Pastor Dave. Actually, that's a hat I should wear every day. But it's one of those hats I wear on Sundays. Another hat that I may throw on is I throw on a hat when I speak in front of teachers. I own a small company where we help teachers maximize their income potential. And so I wear that hat, and they call me professor because I represent the University of Massachusetts when I lecture. So I'm wearing tons of different hats. But with every hat I put on, I want to make sure I'm always conducting myself with aloha, like many of you guys. Right now, I just want to acknowledge the fact that, and I was sharing it a couple of other members, is the fact that you guys, I want to thank you so much for your dedication, for loving on the community. And the reason why I want to thank you guys so much is because of the fact that you guys do one of the most selfless acts, okay? I know we all thank our enlisted men and women that go out and fight for our country, but you guys do something every single day by representing our community. And I want to acknowledge that. Thank you guys so much. But today, I came to talk to you guys about this thing called aloha. And I hope you guys indulge me just for a second. I'm going to ask a few questions. How many of you guys know the state fish? Raise your hand. Seriously. You guys know the state fish? Okay. Together, what is the state fish? Awesome. Thank you so much. Humu humu nuku nuku apua. And you should be proud that you guys can say it. All right. How many of you guys know what the state bird is in the state of Hawaii? Oh, shoot. Less hands. What is the state bird? Okay. How many of you knew that we had this law called the Spirit of Aloha Law? How many of you guys knew that? How many of you guys know what it says? Oh, shoot, all the hands went down. Okay, one, two, maybe just two of you guys. We have this state law. It's in Hawaii Revised Statutes, 5-7.5, called the Spirit of Aloha Law. Guess when it was passed? Anybody know that? The House, when? Oh, you was there, that's right. Oh, shoot, that makes it tough. Yeah. Back in 1986, I had just graduated high school when that law passed. Yes, and it was actually, the law was written actually by Pono Shim's dad. And Pono Shim, I know he was like an ambassador of Aloha for many, many years. And when he passed away, which was really sad, I went to Kamehameha with him from young time and got to know him well over the years. And Pono Shim was a good friend. But when he passed, one of the hardest things is he was an ambassador of Aloha, and he went around and he taught people what Aloha meant. What's difficult is when we look at something like Aloha, you guys know the state fish. You guys know the state bird. But then when it came to knowing that there's a Spirit of Aloha Law, everybody's like, oh, I never know I had one of those. And I'm like, wow. It's like, so knowing humu humu nuku nuku apua'a, that's really going to help you relate to people? No, it's going to be a little bit hard to relate to people. Because why? Because you don't relate on knowing the state fish. You really don't. Why? And I use that word relate. And that was the biggest thing for myself. It's because Aloha is 100% relational. It's all about relationships. It's never transactional. That's kind of the reason I didn't write a speech. Why? Because friends talk to friends. Okay? We don't project ideas onto friends. We don't correct our other friends. We connect. That's what we don't. We don't project. We don't connect. We don't correct. We connect. That's what Aloha does. Aloha is a verb. It requires action on our part. So what's difficult is because I myself, I'm a teacher. Remember, Monday through Friday, I teach social studies, okay, to 6th grade, 12-year-olds. And I know one day they're going to be out in our community, okay? Those guys are going to be you guys, the people that vote for you guys, okay? And at one point, we want them to become active members in our community. But more so than being active members in their voting, seriously, I want them to treat each other well. Why? Because even if somebody never casts a vote for an elected official, if they treat their neighbor well, I'm going to pick that guy over anybody. And I think you should too. Why? Because that's active. Of course, being an active, civil servant by doing what you do, but active, participant by elections and taking part in your government and your responsibility, that's a great thing. But how you treat your neighbor actually will go so much further. Why? Because how you treat your neighbor is going to be 100% impactful for them. Okay? And that's what we got to do. And that's what Aloha does. So I wanted to talk to you guys about Aloha. So some of you guys know the state fish. Awesome. I love that. What does A stand for in Aloha? It stands for this word, akahai. So Auntie Pilahipaki, who was a renowned kupuna, she had this acronym. I don't know if some of you guys know this. Aloha is an acronym, and it means 5 different words, A-L-O-H-A. First word, A, stands for akahai, kindness, to be expressed with tenderness. And then that's grace. So there's actually 3 different meanings: kindness, tenderness, and grace. One is called the ho'opukaku, which is the literal meaning of a word. Another one is a kauna, which is a spiritual meaning of a word. And the other one is a noahuna, which is the hidden meaning of the word. And that's like, wow, there's 3 different meanings. That's Hawaiian, everything's so difficult sometimes. But it's actually not. It's very simple, okay? Because Aloha is simple. Everything is supposed to be simple. But what do? We complicate things. Now, why do we do that? We want it to look impressive, right? That's what we do. And it's not about looking impressive, because we don't relate to people on trying to impress them. We relate to people on trying to connect with them. So we connect with a smile, we connect with a handshake, we connect with aloha. And that's what we should be doing all the time. But let's get back to A, akahai, kindness, to be expressed with tenderness. L, lokahi, okay, lokahi, unity, to be expressed with harmony. One of the things I hear a lot, and I talk to with my social studies students a lot, is about unity. I tend to think what's hard is in our community nowadays, I hear all the time, celebrate diversity. And I'm like, really? Why would we do that? And they're like, oh, because everybody different. I said, that's a moot point. Everybody should know everybody. Look at everybody. Look at your neighbor in this room. Everybody different, right? So why do you got to point out the obvious? So why are we celebrating the obvious? We shouldn't have to. What we should celebrate is effort to find how we're unified, how we're alike. So we celebrate unity, not celebrate diversity. Why? Because what is diversity rooted in? Division. And in anything, we understand that no house can stand if it's divided. I mean, I don't know about you guys. I've coached for many years. If me and the other coaches are divided, there's no way our team going to win. And what team do you guys represent? The community. That's who you represent. Now, that team not going to survive. That team's not going to be victorious and soar if we divide it. So, unity, lokahi. O, olu, olu, to be agreeable. Okay? And when we're agreeable, it's actually, the better word is actually gentle. To be gentle with our neighbor. To be gentle with our spouse. You know, husbands, wives, be gentle with each other. You know, friends, be gentle with each other. Moms and dads, be gentle with your kids. Okay? Discipline them, but be gentle. Love them more than anything. That's olu olu. Ha'aha'a, to be humble. Humility. Okay? To be modest, but humble. What that means is to be empty. Not empty in thought, but empty of self. That's what empty means. Because I tend to think we've put so much of ourself into things, we tend to think, oh, I get them, I get them, I get them. Hard to fill up one cup when the thing's full, right? So you got to empty it. But it's not empty of thought, it's empty of self. And the last one, A, is ahunui, to be patient. To be patient, but to persevere. And as we persevere, we're persevering towards what? There's going to be an appropriate time to respond. And with these 5 values, I promise our community would be so much better. But the reason why, you know, when I was talking with Tommy and I wanted to just, you know, talk story with you guys is because you guys are elected officials. And the thing is I would love more than anything for you to treat everyone with aloha, with your constituents, because I know you do that. I've seen it over and over and over again. You guys treat your constituents with aloha. I see that. But it's not just them. It's everyone. Treat each other with respect. Treat each other with aloha, with kindness, with patience. Sometimes I think that's the biggest thing, is because it's all about, you know, and I get it. I know you guys are doing a job. You guys are doing a job. And the job you got to do is, oh, I'm representing my constituents. I got it. But you guys can still represent your constituents with aloha. Okay? Why? Because sometimes it's just patience. Just hold off a little bit. There's going to come an appropriate time to respond. Maybe just not then. Why? Because we tend to do things relationally. Okay? We should be doing things relationally, not transactionally. It's not about getting your thing done. It's about loving each other. Okay? So I want to thank you so much for just your attention, your love, your aloha towards me. And I'm hoping that just a little bit of opportunity for me to share. I hope that was, you know, impactful, because that's what we should be doing. We should be impacting our community and not so much just, you know, always directing. But out of our public officials, more than anything, we should see demonstration. As leaders, that's what we should see. You guys are leaders. I'm a leader, you know, in my classroom. At least I tell my students that. Hey, I lead this class. But no, truthfully, I'm a follower at times because they teach me so much more than I teach them. So I love it. I love the opportunity because the roles always reverse. And that's humility. At times I got to humble myself and say, hey, no, I can learn from them. Every day I'm learning. No matter how old we are, we're always learning. And that's the thing. We just empty ourselves of ourselves. and be able to open ourselves to other ideas. But we should always be intentional about treating each other with aloha, every single one of you. And I think at times we got to have somebody even catch us. And it's not the catching you for call you out. It's catching you just to what? To make sure that you become the best person you can be. And it's just loving on you. It's like, I know you can be better. It's like, Matt, I know you can be better. You know, treat Augie with a little bit more patience. I know he's tough to deal with. Okay, that humor is just so big at times, but it's so good because at times, you know, just laughing, smiling, okay, it humbles us. But then it brings us to a place where, wow, my relationship with him is way more valuable than my transactional about getting my thing done. That should be number one. It's always relational. Aloha has always been that. It's always going to be that. And until we realize that and understand that, it makes it hard for our community to follow leaders because it's supposed to always be demonstration before declaration. I might be standing up here kind of declaring aloha, but it's not about that. I'm hopefully at times, like Tommy was saying, I want to demonstrate it more than anything because people are going to see that way more than they're going to hear that. So mahalo, thank you guys so much. You guys have yourself a wonderful day. Aloha ahui malama. Take care, guys. Thank you. God, I love you guys. Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Mahalo, Dave. And that's a perfect message of aloha to start our year. I have a few procedural announcements before we start. Although remote oral testimony is being permitted, this is a regular meeting and not a remote meeting by interactive conference technology under HRS Section 92-3.7. Therefore, the meeting will continue notwithstanding loss of audiovisual communication with remote testifiers or loss of the public broadcast of the meeting. Members of the public will be allowed to provide oral testimony on all items on the agenda, either in person or in the council chamber, or remotely. Before testifying, each person shall state their full name and the agenda item they are testifying on. Each speaker may not have anyone else read their statement and is limited to a 3-minute presentation on public hearing and new business items, and a 1-minute presentation on all other items. Registered in-person testifiers will be called first. When your name is called, please proceed to the podium and begin by stating your name and then the item you're speaking on. When I call for anyone who has not registered to speak in person, please line up to the right of the podium, and when it is your turn, proceed to the podium. Begin by stating your name and the item you'll be speaking on. All persons who have registered to testify remotely by video conference or phone will then be called. When your name is called, please monitor your screen and activate your audio feed when prompted. When I call for anyone else standing by remotely, please utilize the Zoom raise hand button to indicate your desire to speak. For those joining us by telephone only, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak. The following are some friendly reminders and tips. Video conference from a quiet location if possible. If you are also watching the proceeding on Olelo, please mute your device at the time you are called to testify. When the timer on the screen reaches 0, please conclude your remarks promptly. For those who are joining us by telephone only, I will identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. When your number is called, press *6 to unmute yourself when prompted. Written testimonies, including the testifier's address, email address, and phone number, will be available to the public as described on the posted agenda. As a courtesy, please turn off all cell phones for the duration of the meeting. The following items were not posted on the agenda for consideration. On page 11, we have 2 proposed FD1 amendments to Bill 40, 2023, CD1, relating to the Transit Construction Mitigation Fund. Copies are available at the City Clerk's office downstairs in room 203. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Cordero?
Here.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Here.
Councilmember Kiaina?
Here.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Present.
Councilmember Say? Councilmember Talba? Councilmember Tupola?
Eo.
Councilmember Wire? Here. Chair Waters.
Here.
Mr. Chair, there are 9 members present.
Thank you. Floor Leader Cordero, any guests today?
Along with members of the administration, I would like to welcome appointees to the different boards and commissions to the City and County of Honolulu, as well as our neighbors and those joining us to testify as well today. Thank you. Mahalo.
Thank you so much. Approval of minutes. Vice Chair Kia Aina, motion to approve the minutes.
I move that the minutes of the 16th session be approved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Clerk, are there any registered in-person speakers?
Mr. Chair, there are none.
Any speakers at all on the meeting minutes?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you very much. Members are in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, the minutes have been approved. Turning to page 4, we now move to the order of the day. Appointments and resolutions. From the Committee on Zoning, Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I move that committee report number 13 and resolution 23-285 as amended be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the
The
explanation.
resolution is confirming the reappointment of Christopher T. Hong to serve on the Building Boards of Appeal of the City and County of Honolulu.
Thank you very much. Is Mr. Hong present today? Mr. Clerk, is he here? Nope. Okay. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you very much. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 13 and Resolution 23-285 CD1 has been adopted. Congratulations to Mr. Hong on his reappointment. Councilmember Say.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that committee report number 14 and resolution 23-286 as amended be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation.
Confirming the reappointment of Mr. Kane Kaiwai Ola Lindsay to the Zoning Board of Appeal.
Thank you very much. I thought I saw Mr. Lindsay here. Aloha. Thank you for joining us. Would you like to say a few words?
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, Council members. Thank you again for this opportunity to continue serving our community through the Zoning Board of Appeals. I am available to speak with you should you have any questions about my time serving through the Zoning Board. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Mr. Lindsay? Seeing none, thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members in discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 14 and Resolution 23-286 have been adopted. Congratulations and thank you for your service, Mr. Lindsay. Turning to the top of page 5, from the Committee on Housing, Sustainability, and Health, Councilmember Wire.
I move that Committee Report 24, Resolution 23-288 CD1 as amended be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Wire for the explanation.
This is relating to the Council's reappointment of Jason Kikahi Kahipakaro to serve on the Clean Water and Natural Lands Advisory Commission of the City and County of Honolulu.
Thank you. Is Mr. Pacaro present? Nope. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Wire.
I'll just note for the record, Chair, I did have a discussion with Mr. Pacaro, and I just want to relay that, I do think he's more than qualified for the position and appreciate his willingness to come back and serve.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 24 and Resolution 23-288 CD1 has been adopted. Congratulations to Mr. Pacaro. Moving to the top of page 6, Resolution 23-305, confirming the appointment of Elena Bryant to serve on the Planning Commission of the City and County of Honolulu. Is Ms. Bryant here? Aloha. Thank you for joining us. Would you like to say a few words?
Aloha Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kia Aina, and members of the council. It's a pleasure to be here today for consideration of my appointment to the Honolulu Planning Commission. I'd like to first thank the mayor and his team for the nomination. I'm both honored and humbled. I'd also like to thank the council for considering my nomination and for the individual council members who have reached out to me to make time to discuss the importance of the Planning Commission and your respective views on the role of the Planning Commission in shaping the future of our island home. Serving on the Planning Commission is a heavy kuleana, especially today in light of all of the issues facing our island homes. But it's a kuleana that I look forward to carrying in order to add to the diversity and expertise of the Planning Commission. Given my background as a practitioner of Native Hawaiian and environmental law and my background in traditional perspectives on resource management, I look forward to being able to offer a perspective that has not yet had representation on this commission. I look forward to continuing to meet with members of the council in the weeks to come, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the nominee? Seeing none, we'll have time to do that in committee. Thank you so much for being here today. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Any discussion, members? Councilmember Kia Aina.
Thank you, Chair. Members, as you may recall, the council passed Resolution 21-156, which amended the city charter to require specific experience or expertise for 4 of the 9 seats on the Planning Commission, including land use, land development and construction, Native Hawaiian traditional and customary practices or law, and climate change and or environmental protection. As current members' terms expire, the seats have to be filled with someone who meets the criteria. The last 2 seats were filled by members with land use and land development experience. I am so excited for Elena to join the commission, fulfilling the requirement for someone with substantial experience or expertise in Native Hawaiian traditional and customary practices, Native Hawaiian law, or traditional Hawaiian land usage. She is a kupa of the Ko'olaus and grew up in both Ko'olaupoko and Ko'olauloa. I would also note that if confirmed, she would be the 5th woman on the Planning Commission, which would make it a majority female commission. And I want to repeat that for Councilmember Say, majority female commission. Mahalo to the mayor and his team for taking equity and diversity seriously and for appointing someone with unquestionable experience and expertise in Native Hawaiian law and traditional and customary practices to fulfill this important new criteria. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, Resolution 23-305 has been referred to the Committee on Planning and the Economy. Resolution 23-306, confirming the appointment of Lori Foster to serve on the Police Commission of the City and County of Honolulu. Hello, Ms. Foster. Thank you for joining us today. Would you like to say a few words?
Aloha, council members. I will start with my memory only goes to the humu. I didn't even get the nene, but I was born and raised here. So, you know, when this first came up, I researched the job. I talked to some commissioners. I talked to some council members. Thank you for reaching out. You know, I went and looked at the limit minutes, and I looked at the HPD strategic plan. And I'm very, very interested in this job. So you might ask why. One is it's time that I serve. You know, I've spent a lot of my time on private sector, so it's time for me to give back to the community, as you all have. I have the time. I'm rolling off another board. And I view this as a huge challenge, which is what I love, is a challenge. So I think the HPD is a huge challenge, a challenging organization. I think for me it would be a challenge. I need to get up to speed quickly. But as a consultant, that's what you do, is you get up to speed quickly. So I'm really very interested in this job. I hope and I feel like my business background would be helpful. You know, all I've done for my career is to work with leaders and leadership teams on building great organizations. And so if that is helpful for the commission and the HPD, I'm all in. I would love to spend the time. So I want to thank you again for the opportunity, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for Ms. Foster? Seeing none, I'm sure we'll have many questions for you in committee, but thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, I notice we have two testifiers, Jean Santos and Emily Porter. Is Ms. Santos available?
Yes, I am.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Lori possesses an unwavering integrity, consistently making decisions that are based on strong moral principles. Her commitment to honesty and transparency is evident in everything she does, and I think those qualities are crucial for any public service appointment. Lori does stand out in her desire to serve without public attention or any recognition whatsoever. She's not motivated in any way by any personal gain. She strikes a balance between empathy for the community and an extremely comprehensive understanding of the needs of organizations. She has a very strong foundation and exceptional business acumen. She has proven herself in many, many ways. As you know, and as she just shared, Lori is a Kama'aina. She's deeply rooted in Hawaii, and she cares passionately about the community. I believe her local ties and understanding of Hawaii and our unique culture will contribute to her very broad perspectives and make her an incredible asset to the commission. I really do hope that she has the opportunity to serve, and I'm honored to have known and worked with Lori for 20 plus years. I know she'll be an incredible. Thank you very much for this opportunity to offer my thoughts.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you again. Next, we have Emily Porter. Mr. Clerk, is Ms. Porter available?
Oh, hello. I was waiting to be unmuted. Thank you. Aloha, Chair Waters and council members. Thanks so much for your service to our community. My name is Emily Reber Porter. My family has been in Hawaii for about 120 years. Teachers, doctors, lawyers, psychologists, firefighters, former lifeguards. The oldest is 103 now, and the youngest is 3. We live mostly on Oahu, but some on Kauai, and unfortunately some on the mainland too now. My husband and I have 2 teenage boys, and in short, we very much are rooted in and care about our community. Professionally, I'm the Chief Operating Officer at McNaughton, and I also volunteer on numerous committee boards. I'm testifying to support the appointment of Ms. Foster to the Police Commission. I have known Lori Foster for around 5 years now. Through our volunteer board service with Outrigger Canoe Club, and also through some consulting work she has done. I reviewed the responsibilities of the Police Commission, and I have actually observed Ms. Foster perform many similar types of duties in the capacities in which I've known her. And based on my experience with Ms. Foster, I really believe that she would serve our community very well in the role. Some adjectives to describe her based on knowing her for several years. She's intelligent, she's fair, she's kind, she's collaborative, she's a good listener, she's even-keeled, she's organized, she's strategic, and she has very high integrity. Lori also has low ego. She's not about being right, she's about finding the right solution. And I also understand that Ms. Foster will have more time available and really feels like it's her time to serve our community now. So mahalo for the opportunity to testify, and thank you for all of your great service as well. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for Ms. Porter? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, that concludes the testifiers.
Thank you very much. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Kia Aina.
Just some comments. I wanted to thank Ms. Foster for her willingness to serve on the Honolulu Police Commission, which is one of the most important commissions for the city. And I wanted to also mahalo Mayor Blangiardi and his administration for continuing to consider gender parity in his selections for commission members. If confirmed, Ms. Foster would be the 4th woman on the Police Commission, making it a majority female commission. So for us Wahine, we are on a roll today.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion, members? Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair Kiaina. And I want to also just mahalo Lori for being here. I wanted to just, for the public to know, obviously she's been recognized for her great accomplishments, but I wanted to just verify, because she mentioned several times that this is a job. Just to clarify, the commission actually doesn't get paid. So when any commissioner, and this isn't no job, no disrespect to Lori, but that's how she sees everything. She takes everything on as a big responsibility. But I know that when she and others, join the commission, or if they are appointed, that they do this for their own, for the sacrifices they make is for the betterment of the community. So I want to mahalo Lori for being willing to do this. And I just wanted to let the public know that when these commissioners are appointed, that they do this out of the kindness of their hearts, because they actually are not compensated financially by it. So thank you, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Tupolo.
Thanks so much, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to say that, I've met with a lot of people that were going to the police commission, and Lori impressed me because she asked me what the strategic plan was for HPD, and that she wanted to read through it and figure out how to do her job best, of which I immediately emailed that over, gave her 1,000 of my opinions on maybe what there should be considered in regards to just the accountability. And really, they have a heavy responsibility, this commission, and the crime and the safety in our community is super important. So I want to thank her for already being able to come up to the plate, and with all these testifiers, it does seem evident that we have the right choice. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, Resolution 23-306 has been referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Members, we're on page 7, Resolution 23-307, confirming the reappointment of Jeffrey Hong to serve on the Liquor Commission of the City and County of Honolulu. Mr. Clerk, is Mr. Hong present today? There he is. Aloha, Mr. Hong. Would you like to say a few words? Thank you.
Mahalo, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kiaina. Thank you for the opportunity of having the reappointment. This is another commission that has challenges, much like the previous speaker. I look forward to working with the commission. Working within the commission and with the City Council and the administration on many of the reforms that were recommended with the Hui Chen report. I welcome any questions.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Kiaina.
Thank you. Mr. Hong, thank you for agreeing to be reappointed, since I know that you will be out of the state during the committee hearing. I thought it might be a good time for you to just maybe share some thoughts with the council members on how it's been going, and how important you believe both having a strong administrator and strong commissioners are for where we are in the Liquor Commission.
Yes, I apologize that I'll be out of the country for the committee hearing. This commission and department is challenging. The restoring public trust and trying to implement the items in the Hui Chen report are important for that. Having a new administrator with new eyes, however with an experienced hand, has been amazingly helpful. Having a new commission, a new set of commissioners, I find it striking, right, that Commissioner Hollinger has more experience on the commission than all of us combined. And myself, with a one-year appointment, have more experience than the rest of the commissioners combined. So we have fresh eyes, but we have eyes that need to learn, and we're all willing to learn and do the work to try to make the commission and the operation of the Liquor Commission much more streamlined and transparent and open to the public. Oh, and one other item. I was selected by the commissioners in January as the commission chair, primarily because nobody wanted to do it. So,
congratulations. I know you're going to do a good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for the nominee? Thank you very much for your willingness to serve again.
Thank you.
Resolution 23-307 has been referred to the Committee on Planning and the Economy. Members, before we get into our first reading measures, I'd like to take out of order Resolution 23-267, located on page 20. On the bottom of page 20, we have a number of police officers here that I'd like to take them out of order so that they can get back to work doing the important work that they do. Again, this is Resolution 23-267 on the bottom of page 20. Any objections? Seeing none, thank you. Councilmember Tolba.
I move that CR 350-2023 and Resolution 23-267 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tolba for the explanation.
Urging the Department of Parks and Recreation and the Honolulu Police Department to improve conditions, strictly enforce city ordinance, and address community concerns at Lu'alu'ule Beach Park.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Tupola.
Oh, thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, council members, for being willing to take this out of order. We do have quite a few community members here and as well the police officers, so I'll reserve my full comments for the end, but this beach park has gone from attention to it's a problem, to the whole community has concerns, to the building is now on fire and the bathroom burned down. So we are at the level of ridiculous and we need to make a clear plan on how we're going to move forward. And so this isn't going to happen in a phone call or an email. We had to write this resolution so that we can codify and write down exactly what we'll be doing. And as well, if DPR needs additional budget items or support, whatever it is, we need to come to a head and determine what the city can do to step up and make this public park safe for the public. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I do note that we have two registered speakers, Susan Yamane Carpenter and Dan Carpenter. Hello, welcome. Shall we start with Susan? Thank you for being here today. Please proceed.
Aloha kakahiaka. My name is Susan Yamane Carpenter. I am a member of the Pokai Bay NSW, and I'm also a very proud member and treasurer of the Women of Waianae, which is a organization on the Waianae Coast that supports non-traditional students from the coast to attend college, and we do fundraising, and last year we were able to give $40,000 to students, mostly women, on the coast. And mahalo to Councilwoman Tupola for introducing Resolution 23-267 for Lu'alu'ule Beach Park 2, and I'm very much in support of this resolution. My husband and I are in our 70s, and we have owned a home on Pokai Bay Street between Glenmonger and Lu'alu'ule Homestead for over 20 years. The conditions at Lu'alu'ule Beach Park 2 have generally been deplorable to poor during most of that time. We are both active in the neighborhood security watch that alerts police patrols to illegal camping, dumping, abandoned vehicles, motor vehicles on the sand dunes, and other activities that degrade the beach environment along Pokai Bay Street. We're also one of the few kupunas that stay up after 10 p.m., which to us is very late, to meet with the police officers to report illegal encampments. In fact, last night I made the call, and the night before my husband made a call. And we meet with the police officers. In addition, we regularly clean up abandoned campsites on the beach, including needles, rotten food, bags of feces, filthy mattresses, metal bed frames, you name it, in our pickup truck, and take it to the Waianae Convenience Center. And Harold there knows us really well. We have painted out graffiti at this beach park millions of times, not millions, sorry about that, and on the bridges along the Pokai Bay Street. We do all of this because we take pride in our neighborhood. Changing the park hours to an 8 p.m. closure and committing to regular enforcement sounds almost too normal on the west side. For all these years, we feel in a way that we've been punished by having to wait until really 10:30 to report any illegal activity at the beach parks on Pokai Bay Street. And that's not only Pokai Bay Beach Park, but Lu'u'ulele Beach Park too. Often this turns into a wait of an hour, and very often the reporting doesn't get results because we're understaffed. And I know that Councilwoman Tupola has brought this up time and time again, that we have this beautiful $16 million police station, and yet there's one person usually in there, and that's not enough. I feel this needs to change. Setting up chain fencing along the park like we have now at Kea'au Beach Park and along the road perimeter, and actively patrolling and arresting those who continue to use the beach after closing hours will do something to improve the neighborhood and beach environment. And I want you to understand that this beach bathroom is not in an isolated place. It is along Pokai Bay Street. There's over, I'd say, 200 homes. It's a very narrow road, one lane basically. There's no even, dividing line. And this is happening in our neighborhood, a residential neighborhood. And it's very disconcerting. And around the corner from this particular beach park, and the corner of Pokai Bay Street and Alapoco, well, it's just one house off, is a drug house. And we closed down the one that was in front, but now we've got another one going. And I know that, according to the police, they're working on this. But I got to tell you that that beach park, Lu'u'ulele Beach Park 2, and its proximity to sewers and this drug house, this is where the action is happening. And so much of the crime in Waianae is happening within, I'm telling you, a half a mile of her police station. And I think that's unacceptable. So please, let's get that park cleaned up again. I have lots of ideas and things that I would like to say about this, but I don't think that's the place right now. So I ask you to support an 8 p.m. close of the park. That way we can easily call the police people during the 2 p.m., what is it? Is it 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Time, which is when, the patrols are. And we won't be having to wait till after dark and sitting out there at night waiting for the police officer to come so that we can point out people in the dark. I'd really like to be able to work during the day. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Ms. Carpenter? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, we have Mr. Carpenter. I did allow Ms. Carpenter to go well over the time limit, so I'm going to ask you to...
I will keep it short.
Thank you so much.
So I certainly can verify everything that Sue said, but I also want to point out that we aren't the only ones working to take care of our beach park. There are one couple that walks alongside of the road, picks up the trash every day. There are 2 more people that walk along on the beach and pick up trash every day. We really put a lot of community effort into trying to take care of it. But we can't take care of it on this scale. This is a big issue, is the quantity. I think of it in terms of crimes per hour on our street. And enforcement, if there were just a cop car sitting there, a large part of it would go away. But this isn't happening. We keep seeing the vandalism, the quantity of homeless. Now, just 2 days ago, we had people come in with a Penske rental van full of belongings and unpack it on the beach park in front of our house. This is the scale of problem we're talking about. It's not small. And it continues as lawless. I started counting last week. Only 4 out of 10 of the motorcycles and mopeds that go by on our street have mufflers. And huge amount of noise, huge amount of speeding. When they measured our street for speeding, they say, well, we don't have a big enough quantity to take measures. But the fact that they're speeding doesn't account for how fast they're speeding. You see them going down there 60, 80 miles an hour because they can avoid the 2 stoplights on the highway. But we really need help for our community and our beach parks to keep them safe and available to the public.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Mr. Carpenter? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have one remote testifier standing by.
Okay, please proceed.
Hi, hoping you guys can hear me.
Yes, we can.
My name is Kimi Korinaga. Okay, good. My name is Kimi Korinaga. I'm a resident of the neighborhood immediately fronting Lualuale Beach Park. I've lived here for over 25 years, and I am in support of Resolution 23-267. On Friday, January 19th at around 10:30 p.m., we noticed that the bathroom at Lualuale Beach Park was engulfed in flames. There are 2 things I'd like to discuss about this situation. One, if this specific beach park was maintained better, there would be more use by the community, therefore deterring unwanted activities. I would love to be able to take my toddler there to run around in what could be a great grassy area. I remember at one point there was a group of Puna that would do Tai Chi there. These are 2 examples of positive activities that could return with better maintenance and attention to the park. Perhaps the fire would have never started had the park had a better reputation and used by a larger array of residents. Also, imagine what the headlines would have been if they had found a body trapped in that fire. The second thing I'd like to address is that because the bathroom is burnt, the drug use, prostitution, and other explicit activities, and the literal act of using the bathroom will move outside of those walls. So residents, many of them children, will be more openly exposed to these activities, which shouldn't be happening anyway, but will continue in the area because that's unfortunately what the park is known for. I would love to see us be able to take back our park for the use of positive activities with the support of the council and maintenance teams. Mahalo.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, is there anybody else who'd like to testify? Please come forward. Can you state your name for the record?
Aloha mai kauko, eo. Shireen Ballas, Go'uinoa. Noho ma Waianae. I live in Waianae. Li'u iho nei ka manu ko kaukini. Kanahele o waiho I e komo aku ho'i au. Ma loko aku ho'i au. Aloha e, aloha e, aloha e. Mahalo. I am a owner in Waianae. And when my children and I go to Poka'ibe, I don't feel safe anymore with my children being there. Yesterday I went just to use the restroom. Not okay. Dogs everywhere. You feel like you can get bite by one dog. How can children go and be in those areas? I think it's important that you guys pass this bill 23-262. It's very important for our community. We cannot stand by and allow our neighborhood to not be okay. Mahalo nui. I am in support of this bill, or of this resolution. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you.
Mahalo.
Please proceed to the podium. Thank you.
Hi, aloha Chair, aloha members of the Honolulu City Council. My name is Cross Crab. I am also a member of the Waianae Neighborhood Board, but I am here to testify on my own personal capacity. I am 25 years old, and in all of the years of my 25-year life, I have never been able to participate in the recreational use of this beach park due to the activities that are being conducted there. And we are so thankful that this resolution was introduced, and the community really strongly supports this this resolution because of the activity that everyone here has also been explaining. Yesterday, as you folks may know, we had the point in time count. Because of the amount of unsheltered that is over there, we had to go count in that area as well. And while we were there, we were able to see the conditions of the park on top of the many cleanups we've been having and enforcements we've been having at this beach park. And so we humbly request your support in this resolution. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Hello, Mr. Manaku, please proceed.
James K. Manaku, senior concerned parent, grandparent, great-grandparent. Council, when we make communities, we have to grow it with the infrastructure. Yeah? And so far, as usual, we've grown our communities without the infrastructure. We don't have the police, we don't have the ambulance, we don't have no infrastructure, the fire department. So how can we convince you folks that when developers come into our community, that we don't have the infrastructure to support it? So how do we convince you folks to tell them we cannot support it? But you folks keep on approving them. So our community keeps on building up. And so we have, in 1950, we used to have this, in school, they used to teach us what happens, and they used to use rats. Yeah? You folks ever seen that? Remember that? Those older, Calvin, remember? They used to use rats to show us what's going to happen when we overpopulate. Yeah? You folks remember that? And that's what's happening with us today. When we overpopulate, go back and study what happens when we overpopulate our communities. So maybe we can learn something from the past. Yeah? Go back to the 50s and try to learn. That's what we were taught. Yeah, Cal? Yeah? When we overpopulate something, everything messes up. Diseases. Look at what happens in our parks. So maybe we can learn something from the past, gang. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who'd like to testify on this measure? Please proceed.
Hello, my name is Linda Reeve, and I'm part of the Pokai Base Neighborhood Security Watch, along with Sue and Dan. We work endlessly to clean that area up. None of us can enjoy the park. All we do is clean up. It's just gotten out of control. And HPD helps us as much as they can, but they're overstaffed. And the Parks Department is told they're not allowed to touch anything unless they see that nothing is moved in a pile of trash for, I believe it's 48 hours. If it hasn't moved, not one little piece of paper, then they can remove it. It's ridiculous. So we have to go, this is just one area, one day last week that we had to clean up. It was 2 truckloads, and that's just the neighborhood doing it. And it's just the amount of drug activity, the needles we find, the feces we find, it's just out of control, and we need your help. We need support on this because we can't continue to do this. It's unsafe for kids, it's unsafe for anyone. I can't even walk my own dog in that neighborhood now because there are most of the people out there, they have 2 or 3 dogs that they walk along with, no leash, and these dogs are attacking other dogs. And I'm not willing to put my dog through that. So we are begging for help. Please support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to testify? Seeing none. Councilmember Tupola, noting that according to Mayor's message number 9, we have both Director Thielen as well as Captain Brandon Yamamoto from the Honolulu Police Department for questions.
Chair, we have
Yes.
one remote testifier.
One remote testifier?
Yeah,
Okay,
indicate.
please proceed.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Aloha, aloha. A good day to all you. I find it really inspiring to see community's participation, but I also find it very alarming that a city councilwoman has to beg for attention to such basic infrastructure and basic needs. We really, really need to invest in our human capital. And like what Uncle Manaku said, that the infrastructure has got to be there. Seriously, we really need to invest in the human capital, support the family, and make sure that our city treasury funds are placed in the right place so that such communities all over Oahu does not have to keep struggling and begging for basic infrastructure or to have the basic police services and just simply to have enjoy a safe and beautiful and clean park. So please, let's invest in human capital more this year than ever before. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other testifiers, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you. For HPD, I do think we have Sergeant Fumi here from our community policing team, District 8.
Aloha and welcome.
Hello, can you hear me? Aloha, Chair, council members. Sergeant Fumi Muraoka with HPD. I'm the District 8 Community Policing Sergeant. So we have been working with the community to, well, thank you to the Neighborhood Security Watch for coming out today. They do a lot of work out there, and we promote the neighborhood getting involved in their area. So thank you for supporting Neighborhood Security Watches and HPD by getting involved. And thank you to Andrea. She does a lot of work on the west side. But we have been doing a lot of cleanups on the west side, including Lu'ulu'ulei Beach Park number 2. There is a big homeless issue out there. You know, we do the cleanups with facility maintenance and Parks and Rec, because HPD isn't capable of doing an actual cleanup by ourselves yet. We don't have the capacity or the manpower. So it's a joint operation with the other city agencies. We have to schedule these cleanups in advance. And when we do these cleanups, we also do enforcement and make arrests, including at Lu'ulu'ulei Beach Park number 2. And unfortunately, a lot of these people that we arrest and cite, they have ties to the community, so they return back to the same areas. So, I mean, a lot of times it looks like we're not doing anything, but we are doing our part for HPD and making the arrests, and also providing outreach, shelter options and things like that. But, you know, it is hard. A lot of times they do end up just coming right back. So, but I do also want to acknowledge Mr. Monaku's comments about, you know, infrastructure. I've been in our district, District 8, which is a really large area from Ewa to Makaha, for over 20 years of my career, and just the amount of police officers, it's really hasn't changed a lot. And for the community growth out there, it's tough for police officers and all the other city agencies to do our job. And with the growing amount of population and schools, shopping centers, so I just wanted to point that out. But yeah, as far as the resolution, 8 o'clock park closure would be great, I think, so that we can do enforcement earlier, start enforcement 8 p.m., address all the illegal activities. So yeah, I think that would be good, the resolution.
I'll just ask 2 follow-up questions, and then if anyone has a question for HPD, they can, and then I'll ask DPR. But first question, because not everyone knows the area, how close is the Waianae Police Station to that bathroom?
It's very close, like 2 blocks away,
Yeah, so same street.
same street.
So I think that's why the community is, concerned, and to Sergeant Fumi's point, with the small amount of officers, it almost doesn't matter that there's a police station right there. Second follow-up question, how many game rooms or drug houses are in that area in the past or currently that you know of, in close proximity?
So I did call to our narco division about the house that was mentioned earlier, and they did do surveillance. According to them, they also went inside the house. They were allowed into the house, and there were no games inside the house, but they are continuing investigation because there is a lot of foot traffic into that house for whatever reason.
Well, and 2 years ago on that street, there was a game room that was busted, but, either way, it's similar activity. That's all the questions I have for HPD. If anyone else does, and then I'd like to call up DPR.
Thank you. Any further questions for HPD? Councilmember Tolpa.
Thank you, Sergeant Fumi. I can hear and almost feel your frustration. What would be an acceptable number if we had a magic wand to getting police officers to the west side of the island? Because your district also covers my district.
So yes, we cover a large area. One shift has, I believe right now, it used to be 18 officers covering that entire district on one shift. And it was raised to 19 recently because of all the recent activities. So, I mean, 19 officers in that whole district is pretty small amount. So at least 2 or 3, split the beats. There's large blocks of our subdivisions that are being covered by one officer, thousands of people. So at least, I would say at least 2 or 3 officers would be helpful, if not more.
Appreciate that. I've been on some of these SPO sweeps, and it is frustration to the people on that side of the island, which I've lived, for quite some times, and having family members that are homeless in the area, to see that we have people from the parks, the FM, and you guys sometimes just focusing on one group when there's hundreds. I don't know how you guys do it. When we are in about talking to our community, I don't know about my colleagues, but the 2 most biggest things that people ask for is public safety and clean parks. And it's sad that council members got to beg and ask. I think and believe that we have an opportunity to fix this, and we got to do whatever we can to give out help. I mean, it's not only in Waianae, it's like this in everybody's community. But when the people in our community, our taxpayers, are asking for 2 simple things, public safety and clean parks, we got to do whatever we can to make this a priority. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for HPD? Seeing none, thank you, Officer. Councilmember Tupola.
For Director Thielen, please.
Good morning, council members. Laura Thielen for the Department of Parks and Recreation.
Thank you, Director, for being here, and thank you for taking so many of my calls. I really appreciate it. She and I have talked extensively about this, but I don't think all the community members know your sentiment or path forward on not just this park, but Westside Parks in general. I think it would behoove us at this point if you could share a little bit, please.
Okay. Thank you, council member. First of all, I guess I'd like to say this picture breaks my heart. We are trying so hard to add infrastructure to areas where the population has moved on Oahu, but the city has not followed with the infrastructure. We very much want to work with the community at Oniula to build a new comfort station. We very much want to work with the community at Kapolei Regional Park to identify improvements there that were never built out for the population growth out here, despite this being our second city. We very much want to be putting new improvements in parks in the west side like Pu'u'ohulu, which basically have not much of anything. And the mayor has been very committed towards equity. Our department has adopted 6 criteria that we use to come up with our capital improvement list for each year. And one of those criteria is equity, because we know we have to build these areas. It takes a long time to get a permit to build, not just through the building department, but you have to go through the regulations when you're building on government land to do an environmental assessment. If you're on the beach area, doing a special management permit to do a whole bunch of things. It's very expensive and very time consuming. This destruction of existing infrastructure throws everything back, because now we have to add this onto the list of what we need to rebuild. And we have to go through that same process to do it. And it's not something that hurts the city. This is a public facility for public use. It's the public destroying its own facilities and not the public in general, because I want to thank all the people who came up today who are part of the community policing team at Pokai Bay and the other areas, because there are so many residences, so many communities. I live in Waimanalo, it's the same thing, that are trying to turn the tide on this vandalism. We can quantify the dollar costs of fixing this, but what we haven't been able to quantify is the loss to the public of the use of these facilities. In this case, it's going to take years. And what does that do to the whole perception of this park from everybody in the public when they go by and they see that? And the assumption is people don't care. And we care. It's just a few people in the community who are just bent on doing this destruction, and we have not found a way to stop it. And we have to work together to stop it. So I want to thank you for the resolution. As you know, when we can change park hours. We'd like to work with the neighborhood boards to do so. You have assisted with doing that work through the neighborhood board. We understand they support the change in park hours. We can go ahead and do that. We're trying to work with the police department to step up after this arson and to work with the community to figure out better ways of policing the area. We can take a look at gates. There are some things that we can manufacture in-house. We have worked with our maintenance support services to try and do master agreements and other ways to be able to put improvements in soon. And thank you for your support and the federal funding we've been able to use the last few years under ARPA. Some of the things in the resolution are going, like the bollards and chains, would be fairly expensive. So it's something that we would have to work with you and the administration on the budget. Other things we can do in-house, like manufacture a cattle gate through our welders and install that. So we will continue to work with you to implement the things we can right now. And we are discussing ideas in the administration to see where we can bolster and expand the regular grounds maintenance in this area. We appreciate your support that you provided a couple years ago in allowing us to create a separate district between D3 and D5 and trying to bring on the additional mowing crew and rubbish crews. And we have made some changes in our operations based on that and other ways to be able to be more responsive. But what we also need is help, and I'm glad to see the people here and their commitment towards that. in trying to make the deeper changes in the communities to reach these few individuals that do this wanton, unforgivable type of destruction.
Thank you, Director. Just a few statements, and thank you for everything you said. Thank you for some of the commitments that you just made, because community members are here listening. There needs to be a consideration on whether or not that bathroom should be demoed. I'm not going to make that decision, you guys can, but there is a huge concern from the community on the rebuilding of it and whether or not we are able to permanently deter anything from happening there. I do think that the look, just the facial look of the park when we did that at Kea'au ended up actually changing a lot of things, because it made it look like a park that people are paying attention to instead of a park that nobody cares about. So I think even some of the facial changes, whether it's in-house or whether we have to put in a council ad, that could just even change the energy of that park by making it look like, you know, that the city also cares in addition to the community members. And lastly, you know, in this upcoming budget cycle, it's going to be super important for me, and I need to say this out loud, is we got to get trash trucks for DPR. And these cleanups that I appreciate CPT doing, it's heavy on DFM and it's heavy on HPD. We need to make sure that the entity that is the landowner, or manager, which is DPR, has the wherewith to do what they need to do. So I'll work alongside you to help you get whatever you need, because it's not just the manpower, it's the equipment that really DPR needs to get this job done at the level that the community needs it to be done at. So thank you, Director, for your commitment. Those are all my questions for DPR. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any follow-up questions, members? I had a question. You know, one of the community members testified that park staff are not allowed to touch what appears to be a pile of rubble or garbage. And that's consistent with what Corporal Kadoy told me and my staff when we went on a tour looking at all the shopping carts throughout urban Honolulu, that even HPD is not allowed to touch this, well, it looks like garbage, but it's belongings of someone who's living in the park. What's your take on that, and how can we change that?
I will defer to Corporation Counsel on some things, because I know when you're dealing with a stored property ordinance, the law is fairly specific about notice that may be given, the timing for things that they may be taken, the storage of certain things for a certain number of days, so that in the event it is property, people can come back and pick it up. And that's something that's been, you know, I think litigated in the courts and things like that. So I have to defer to CORE to that. A lot of that, as you know, the ACLU and others have filed litigation nationally, and so there's some established parameters on that. As far as when you're picking up in a park, you know, you want to think about this like if you are sitting on a park on your chair and you go down to the beach to swim, you don't want to come back and have your chair be gone. But we do clean up the parks. You don't have to wait on things that are clearly rubbish to pick up. You don't have to wait on the rubbish bags to be able to move them and to take them. So I would think that answer may be specific to what you're looking at and where. For shopping carts, we do have a rule or an ordinance that says you can't bring shopping carts into parks. So we can move some of those out, but now what we do with them, I'm not sure about whether they have to be stored or not. But there may be other things that, based on this litigation that's happened, has to be treated in a certain way. And I have to defer to the Corporation Counsel to be able to answer the specifics on that.
No, I appreciate that. And perhaps in our public safety or parks committee, we could have Corporation Counsel come up and address that very issue. I don't want to do it today. We do have 20 some odd pages of bills or resolutions to get through today. But I think within committee, it might be helpful to have Corporation Counsel address this in light of the recent lawsuit where the city was sued by the ACLU and looked like a favorable decision for the city. So in light of that, perhaps a new ordinance dealing with stored property might be in order. And I'd ask members to please take a look at that. Hey, this is another good opportunity to maybe get a brief update on the park ranger program. we do ask police officers to do a lot, including our park rules, enforcing our park rules. So one of the things you and I have been working together on is the park ranger program. If you could give a quick update, and perhaps is that something that we can utilize at this park?
So we've been exploring ranger programs in parks across the nation, and then also talking with Kauai, Maui, although those discussions have fallen off recently because they have other priorities, and Big Island, and what may be a program that works. And the one that we think may be most useful, because you have incidents like this, because you have incidents of violence and use of deadly force or ability to use deadly force or other things along those lines, the most effective programs are the rangers do not have the enforcement powers, but serve as the eyes and ears for the city and can be reliable witnesses. Because one of the concerns HPD has is if charges are filed and you're relying on an eyewitness who may not appear in court and testify because they're concerned, then that case gets thrown out. But in other jurisdictions where you have a ranger that's a city employee that can testify and follow up and can be familiar with an area day after day, that may work. The challenge is for Oahu, everybody wants a park ranger in their park. And we have over 300 parks. So, you know, how you can set up that program and how it can be effective and what you can do is something where it's, you know, we're just wrestling with.
Okay, and lastly, you know, comfort stations or bathrooms around the island are in pretty bad shape. And I know our Parks Department is doing their best to keep them up despite the constant battle with graffiti and vandalism. I can say that none of my parks in my district look as bad as Lualualei. However, is there an effort in this year's budget to put more resources to our comfort stations?
We have a program within the maintenance support services where they will refresh and do the interior, new barriers between the toilets, new fixtures, painting, redoing the flooring. We have painting master agreements, roofing master agreements now that we're starting to deploy. And we're trying to figure out how we can, within the resources that we have in the department, to be able to manage this increased level of contracting and work. I confess the last 2 years, it's been exciting because we've put out about 17 million in improvements in parks around the islands just in-house through these contracts. But it's been a lot of work, and we just had a retirement of our manager in our maintenance support services. So we're looking at maybe increasing that through in-house, you know, to a division and bringing in a new manager that can help, you know, sustain us. We're working with the state park system on the federal Land and Water Conservation Fund grants because ARPA, as you know, is going out and those funds are going to expire. And can we start to work with the Land and Water Conservation Funds? We're working with BFS Federal Grants Unit on CDBG funds and identifying, because the federal dollars do require conformance with historic properties. So there's certain projects that we can't get done in a timely manner and meet the federal guidelines, but maybe we can take other projects and then use that money that we had budgeted for those to use city funds to do other things. So we are trying to be as creative as we can in-house on being able to step up what I'm calling the large-scale repair and maintenance and ultimately get into the minor CIP. But it's something that I'd like us to continue the growth path that we're on. It's going to come down to the funding and then the in-house staffing capabilities.
Okay, and you did mention that you have to go through DPP. If the backlog at DPP is 9 months, are you saying that bathroom's not going to get fixed until we get the permits?
Well, I'll tell you, just because it's a beach park It's going to be in the special management area. Depending on the cost of the repairs, it may require, it'll trigger either a special management minor permit or a major permit. So there's certain regulatory things other than the DPP building permit that is going to come into play. We're looking right now at the Waimanalo Beach Park. There was arson there at the Arts and Crafts building, and we're doing a project there. We have pushed forward into that. Also, the 2 comfort stations, one is halfway condemned and is about to be fully condemned, and the other is on its way. So we're finding in projects like that, you have to do an environmental assessment, you're going to have to do a special management area permit, and then you get into the actual building permit. So that's the thing that breaks my heart about this, is it's the beach parks which gets the highest amount of use of our public. When these facilities are damaged to this extent, it is not a simple thing to fix them. The regulations are onerous.
Okay, thank you very much. Any follow-up questions? Councilmember Kia Aina.
I know that we have been in discussion for a while, but since you're talking about funding, I need to clarify with regard to the transient accommodation tax. As you know, we fought to make sure the Department of Parks and Recs would receive some of the funding. Don't you believe that the TAT funds are more flexible than the HUD's CDBG funds?
The TAT funds are certainly more flexible than the federal funds.
Okay, so I guess I just want to make an appeal to the administration collectively that I encourage the Department of Budget and Fiscal Services to ensure that in the upcoming budget that Department of Parks and Recs projects are prioritized. That was the intent. If it is not, then we should consider a special fund, which I know people don't like to create special funds, but I believe that there is strong city council support as well as support from the general public that we cannot accept the state of affairs and lack of support for our parks, because it is one of the most important quality of life issues for the people of Oahu. And so I'd like to see the majority of the funds, again, for the TAT that was set aside for impact on natural resources for parks. And if not, I look forward to working with the chair of the Parks Committee to advocate for legislation creating a special fund for Parks and Recreation. Thank you.
Thank you. And perhaps legislation streamlining the building permit process for parks. Just my 2 cents. Any further discussion, members? Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Chair, just for discussion, not as a question, but I want to thank Councilmember Tupola for bringing this up because there are parks all throughout each of our districts that face kind of similar problems. I've been working on DeCourt Park in Kalihi Valley, which is a really tricky one. I hope I don't have to copy and paste this resolution and put it in DeCourt Park, and I hope that that gets fixed soon.
No, thank you. And I think that's why we allowed such extensive discussion, because this is happening island-wide. So thank you for the introduction, and thank you, Director Thielen, as well as HPD. I think we made pretty clear that we want to change things and make it better. And thank you to the community for coming out. Having said that, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 350-2023 and Resolution 23-267 have been adopted. Thank you, members. Members, we're turning back to page 8. Page 8, first reading measures. Vice Chair Kia Aina.
Sorry. I move that first reading items listed on pages 8 and 9 of the agenda pass first reading. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
Bill 1 relates to herbal cigarettes. It raises the age of individuals allowed to purchase herbal cigarettes within the city and county of Honolulu to 21 years of age. Bill 2 relates to public transit. And Bill 3 relates to incentives for the construction of affordable rental housing.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Okay. Thank you. Members, any discussion? Councilmember Okimoto, followed by Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you, Chair. Just regarding Bill 2, I would like to note that I have filed a disclosure of interest statement, Council Communication 5.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you. I look forward to the discussion for all the bills, but would like to provide reservations on all 3 bills. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just informed that Bill 3 does have testifiers. Actually, Bill 1 as well. Let's start Bill 1. Angela Young.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay. Bill 3, Vernell Oku, followed by Cyrus Maxilum.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Oku is not logged on.
Okay, do we have Cyrus Maxilum? Followed by Sterling.
Yes, I'm here.
Cyrus?
Cyrus Maximum is here, yes.
Wonderful. Please proceed.
Hello.
Aloha.
Aloha.
You have
Yes,
one.
I'm sorry, I'm going to get to a quieter place. And I do thank you very much, Chair, Mr. Chairperson. And I'm basically speaking on the opposition of building the Pahoa Ridge Apartments on Waialae Avenue.
Sir.
And I am in.
Sir, what measure are you speaking on? We have Bill 1, Bill 2, and Bill 3 up for discussion.
I'm sorry, I don't have my. I'm on the road, but I did park. It's the opposition of building the Pahoa, and I don't know the.
Mr. Clerk, what
1, 2, or 3.
is
I'm
the
sorry.
Pahoa Ridge project?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, that measure is on page 17.
Mr. Maxilum, your measure is on page 17. We are on page 8. Page 8. So I'm going to come back to you, okay?
Okay, I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Sterling Higa, followed by Margaret Murchie. Is Mr. Higa available?
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay. Next, we have Margaret Murchie.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not responding.
Okay, anybody else wishing to testify on first reading measures? Bill 1, Bill 2, and Bill 3. Anybody in the audience like to testify on Bill 1, 2, or 3, first reading measures? Seeing none, members, we're in discussion. Any discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Councilmember Cordero.
Reservations.
Reservations on which bill?
All 3 bills.
All 3 bills. Okay. Mr. Clerk, does that trigger a roll call?
Mr. Chair, it does not.
Thank you. Any other objections or reservations? Seeing none?
Chair.
Noting the, excuse me.
Sorry, Chair, I believe we registered for Office of Housing to testify on Bill 3.
Okay, please proceed.
Aloha and good morning, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kiaina, members of the City Council, Denise Seri Matsubara, Executive Director for the Office of Housing. We strongly support Bill 3 because it's responsive to the current market realities and challenges that small developers face with the higher interest rates, supply chain shortages, and higher cost of materials that affect project feasibility. These factors are not new to this council, but if we really want to support the city housing program, then the city needs to seize this opportunity to be a facilitator and give small, experienced developers the confidence to take on the risk of development. This bill builds upon the post-construction grants incentives established under Bill 1 from 2021, which was intended to spur development of affordable rental housing through Bill 7. When the grant incentive bill was first introduced in 21, interest rates hovered around 3%. Last year, interest rates peaked at 8% and is projected to drop down to 6 or 7%, but that is double what it was when many of these projects first started. So the proposed measure expands the support by offering a subsidy in the form of a pre-construction grant that the developer can acknowledge at the time of financing. One thing to note is that a pre-construction grant is going to trigger prevailing wages. I'm not sure if this will cover the differential in labor costs, but it surely does start the conversation. So I think this is a step in the right direction. We have so few programs that help workforce rentals. These are our teachers, our firefighters, our first responders that make too much to qualify for a low-income rental, but not enough to pay market rent. So this is very, very essential, and I urge the council to support it. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Any questions for testifier? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony on first reading measures. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noted reservations by Councilmember Cordero. Anyone else? Seeing none. First reading items listed on page 8 and 9 of the agenda have passed first reading. Moving to page 10, from the Committee on Budget, Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 2 be adopted and Bill 59, 2023, CD1 as amended pass second reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
Bill 59, 2023, CD1 relates to incentives for film studio facilities.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any registered testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have 3 persons in the chamber signed up.
Thank you.
Testifiers as well.
Thank you. I see that. Cherie Baller, followed by Chris Lee and Lucinda Tarrant. Aloha.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Shireen Dallas. I am in support of Bill 59. I am an actress. I am a writer-singer here in the state of Hawaii. I currently work as a recurring background actress on NCIS Hawaii, and I have had speaking roles on Magnum PI, Hallmarks, and various other shows. I am a member of SAG-AFTRA, the Screen Actors Guild. I'm also a writer of the Writers Guild. I'm also a member of HARA, Hawaii Academy of Recording Arts. I'm Kanaka Maoli, and I'm Indigenous actress of Hawaii. I see it only makes sense that we as Kanaka Maoli, original storytellers, deserve a prestigious place to go to as a Hawaii State Film Industry Hub, to be able to have the facility and resources to be able to tell our stories authentically. Hawaii's beautiful paradise is sought after by so many productions. Please pass Bill 59 so that our film industry in Hawaii will provide not only employment for all of us in the film industry, but it will also boost the economy for the surrounding areas. That will people that are in the film industry that come here, if they are in the productions, they will be able to patronize all of the businesses here in Hawaii. So having this building, thank you so much, Councilmember Talba, for bringing this to our attention, to everyone's attention. Thank you so much, council members, for hearing me. I appreciate the fact that you are allowing us to be able to have this possible film facility. Mahalo nui. Aloha.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Councilmember Kiai.
Not a question, I just, some comments. I just wanted to thank you for coming. This issue has been around, but I think the most powerful tool for advocacy is to hear from the community and beneficiaries. And we have not heard a lot. It's for those who are already active in the industry. And so I thank you for taking the time today and being here.
Thank you. I've been a member, I've actually been an actress for over 10 years, about maybe close to 15 years. And it's very important that I'm speaking about myself, but I'm actually here to speak about everyone else, because it's not just the actors, it's the crew, it's the makeup artists, it's everyone. Everyone in the film industry really will benefit along with the economy here in Hawaii. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next,
Thank
we
you.
have Chris Lee, followed by Lucinda Tarrant, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name.
Good morning, Council. I'm so happy to be back here again today. I appreciate, my name is Chris Lee, and I am here to support Bill 59. I will stand on my testimony. I do want to add two things that actually happened since I submitted this 24 hours ago. One is the governor's package to the legislature this year includes a GET exemption, which is something that was first brought up here in this chamber by Councilmember Say. And I think it indicates the leverage that this bill is providing for the industry in general at the state level. The governor has put in a very, very robust package this year that has been entered by both the Speaker and the President of the Senate. The other thing is that I had some incorrect numbers in my testimony because I got some updated numbers from DBET just yesterday. And in 2022, the total direct spend in film production was $420 million. Of that, on Oahu received $354 million. The economic impact is $726 million. The Hawaii household income generated income is $168 million, and the tax revenue generated is $45.36 million. So if you think of the fact that we cap at $50 million, that means that the state, if you want to put it this way, spent $5 million to get $726 million in economic impact. And the vast majority of that is here on Oahu. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Lee? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you for your testimony and the good news. Next, we have Lucinda, again, Tarrant?
Tarrant.
Tarrant.
You
Thank
did really well.
Please proceed.
Tenakwe. Mitimehi. Aloha. Thank you so much, council members, for having us here today. Thank you for supporting the film industry. I am in full support of Bill 59. It would contribute a lot to the local industry, the diversification of the local economy, create a living wage and union jobs, bring more revenue to the creative industries, focused businesses, and many other adjacent creative auxiliary industries. Our ohana would directly benefit from this bill because having a facility would largely contribute to our household. Having contributed employment, resources, and that is available to us. I am an actress, a producer, a manager, a makeup artist, a writer, a director, and I am very proud to have had various roles in this industry. I've worked both in front of the camera and behind it, and we are storytellers. And I believe that having a creative space, a film industry facility here in Hawaii, will effectively and consistently bring countless productions to our shores. The positive impacts of the local film industry in Hawaii has had on our community thus far is exponential. Our industry brings in revenue for local businesses, markets, grocery stores, hotels, restaurants, home rentals, home purchases, and uses of private properties for filming. Contractors, the list goes on. It especially gives our industry the ability to create content for the movie and film industry. Where it provides cast and crew with employment. Please pass Bill 59. Our economy will continue to grow and thrive because of the support that you provide. Aloha, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Maricia Palma Elmore, followed by Michael Shibata.
Mr.
Hello,
Chair, the
welcome.
first testifier is not logged on.
Pardon?
Elmore is not logged on.
She's here in front of us.
I'm here.
Thank
Hi.
you.
I'm here. Thank you so much. My name is Marisha Palma Elmore. I'm the Executive Director of SAG-AFTRA, Screen Actors Guild, an American Federation of Television and Radio Artists here in Hawaii. I'm not going to say much, but stand on my testimony. But I did want to meet our actors that did show up today. So I know we have a couple, and I hope they are on the list so they get a chance to talk, because they truly are the ones who you need to hear from. Not only our actors and our actresses, stunt people, background performers, we represent puppeteers too, singers, dancers, all of that. The multitude of crew, whether it's our Teamster brethren who are drivers, our IATSE brothers and sisters also, who do all the basic crafts behind the scenes. This is an important bill, and we thank you for bringing it up and having it here for public hearing. I did want to also echo Mr. Chris Lee's sentiments. My numbers are also old numbers. So if I can't update that, I'll send that to clerk too, because we just got our new numbers from DBED. So that was one, update that, and I think that's all. I'll stand on my testimony. I'm available for questions. Oh, and I have new numbers for specifically for our union, stating that we've got well over 1,400 members here in Hawaii that are SAG-AFTRA members. And just last year alone, we had over 41 signatory productions, so actual union productions that come and shoot everything from commercials to big budget films to student films and micro budget. That's within that. And 245 work calls also. And while that seems like a small number, that number doesn't just represent, oh, this is one person working. That could mean dozens of people on any given day on any given set. Any questions?
Any questions, members? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have Michael Shibata, followed by Summer LaCroix. Is Michael Shibata available?
Aloha, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kiaina, and members of the City Council. My name is Michael Shibata with the University of Hawaii. The university stands on its written testimony in support of Bill 59 CD1. The university is supportive of the bill as it would provide incentives to entice future development of a private film studio, in particular in collaboration near the University of Hawaii's West Oahu campus and its recently constructed Academy for Creative Media. This would in turn help to serve as a catalyst to the development of the Kapolei region, as well as increase economic diversification, local workforce development, and job creation. Thank you for the Council's consideration on the bill and the opportunity to provide testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Mr. Shibata? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Next, we have Summer LaCroix, followed by Kieran Polk. Summer?
Yes, that's me.
Please proceed.
Good morning, council members. So I'm Sumner LaCroix. I'm a professor emeritus in the Department of Economics at the University of Hawaii, and I'm an active member of UHERO, the University of Hawaii Economic Research Organization. I'm here today just testifying for myself, not on behalf of the university or UHERO. But I'm strongly in support of this particular measure. And the main reason why is that there's really not that many opportunities that are here right today for economic diversification. But here really is an opportunity where we can take an existing industry and build on it. And in order to do that, to really build in the existing industry, we needed to have three things in place. The three things we needed to have in place was a moderate film credit that would help to reduce the cost of local production, would give film producers an incentive to actually locate their production here rather than to green screen in Hawaii from the mainland. So that's one thing. We have that moderate film credit in place. We also would need educational facilities to train people. We have that now. UH has spent several decades building up its program. The Academy for Creative Media is at several of UH's campuses. And that second pillar is in place. The third pillar is to basically attract a private production studio to Oahu. We already have two public production facilities, but we really need a private one. If this measure was for a public facility, I don't think I'd be in support of it. But the fact is, it's a private facility. It's one where the producers are going to have to take their own risk with the money. And that said, there is no major studio facility built in the United States today that doesn't get some tax support. It's a bad game that states and cities have to play, where you essentially have to give out tax credits to attract major development in your city. But that is the game. And it's a game that we're very close now really to getting an increase in the film industry in place. And I think that this tax credit is one that will help to solidify the prospects of a major studio coming here. So I'm strongly in support of this measure. I'm happy to answer any questions you have. I have additional, my written testimony has a lot of additional arguments in it, if you want to see that.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Okay. Is Kieran Polk here? Aloha, welcome.
Aloha, Chair, council members, and my name is Kieran Polk. I'm the Executive Director for the Kapolei Chamber of Commerce, and we stand on strong support of the testimony that we submitted. I want to extend a special mahalo to Councilmember Tobo for bringing this measure in front of us. And I would like to highlight a few things that have been spoken about to this point, and that is the positive impact on workforce development in our region, as well as the small business growth. There are hundreds of businesses that surround the film industry, and I know that we on the west side are looking for those incomes that will help sustain and keep our folks to live, work, and play in West Oahu, and this industry will support that. Many of you know that I'm the editor of an annual magazine called Kapolei Magazine. I think you all had a copy of it. There's a cover story this year, and it speaks about a young woman who is from Waianae. She went through Cedar Rider Productions, a graduate of the Academy of Creative Media, and she's now on the continent in a post-production job. And she has said, look, if there was a film studio in West Oahu, I'd come back home. And that's what we really need to look future forward on this and invest in our future. And I thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Ms. Polk? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next we have Irish Barber, followed by Georgia Skinner.
Aloha from Tennessee, council members. Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Irish Barber. I'm the business representative for IATSC Local 665. We are the Hawaii chapter of the largest entertainment union in the world, and we have approximately 800 Hawaii members and almost that many trainees who work in film, television, live events like concerts and convention work. We are the direct beneficiaries of this bill, and what I mean by that is we rig in the ceilings of the studios, we plug into the walls, and we build the sets that we work in. Stages and studios are considered the home base for film and television projects. Although they come here to film our beautiful landscapes, they stay here because they're able to do their interior shots here. So this is vitally important to extend our ability to work. Having a television series provides us 9 months out of 12 months of work. It's the closest thing we have to full-time employment. We have lost months of work and millions of dollars of income when a show packs up and goes to another jurisdiction. I'm happy to give examples or answer any questions and fully support Bill 59. Mahalo.
Thank you, members. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, we have Chun James.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed.
Wonderful, wonderful. I just wanted to offer my support, certainly. This is an opportunity to win out of the tourism basket. This is an opportunity to further invest in human capital and to provide good paying jobs to our residents here. I certainly also want to say that this is an example of a good ROI, the return on investment. I think many of us know that the Republic of South Korea invested in the startup of their own movie and music industry. And now I think everybody knows about the K-drama and the K-pop singers. And, you know, we can certainly, like I said, capitalize more on the human capital. And they are taking their film industry and the music industry so seriously that actually not too long ago I got an email where a very popular actor was caught on DUI, you know, drunk was driving, and they sacked him out from the TV series. And I thought, okay, this is, you know, this is serious business for the Korean people, and it certainly can be serious business for the people of Hawaii here as well. That is a wonderful opportunity to invest in the human capital and to win ourselves out from the tourism industry. Thank you very much, and good luck to you all.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, is there any other testifiers on this measure?
Mr. Chair, we have Georgia Skinner from DBED standing by remotely.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Waters, members of the council, and also our colleagues in the chambers for coming out today to support this measure. We wholeheartedly support Bill 59, and there's reasons for this. Again, Chris, thank you for mentioning that, you know, the state and the governor's package does include a very robust film tax credit amendment bill, which includes infrastructure. And in discussion with our budget and finance director, as well as the Department of Taxation, we have looked at a way to exempt GET from construction of a new facility. So we think that this pairs well with Bill 59. We all are in this together, because if we don't do this now, we will be staying at a flat line and not growing the industry. A purpose-built facility is so important because it also will accommodate the small productions that are growing here in Hawaii. More importantly, we've been making do for many, many years, dozens of years, in just what we have. So the time for retrofitting warehouses and things like that is really past. If we're going to build a billion-dollar industry, we need the three things that Sumner highlighted in an eloquent fashion. It's our philosophy at DBED and Creative Industries as well. The first and foremost is to have a stable tax credit. We do. We have done a lot of accountability and some new ways to manage the credit that we feel is very important for that accountability, both for the city and county and the state. Also want to thank people that are coming to you today from the industry, because again, they are the beneficiaries. You don't need to hear it from me. You need to hear it from the community that desperately wants to grow. They can stay here at home if we build something and we all work together to pass this measure and measures at the legislature. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm here for any questions.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you. Hi, Ms. Skinner. Thank you very much for being here again, and especially the discussions we had while in committee. I know that today we're talking about exemptions, right, as opposed to the credits, the film credits that occur at the state level. I just want to make that clarification, yeah? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, yes, she was nodding yes, and she said yes. Okay, perfect. And I was just wondering, for the film tax credits at the state legislature, does that also help film studios with building the actual studios as well?
Yes, you know, I think there are, this is a collaborative, I think, vision, not only from the departments, the governor's office, but also from our legislators and our legislature in general. I think that there's a very important part that is in this new proposed bill. There's two bills, Senate Bill 3049 and House Bill 2360. Those bills contain several new elements in the film tax credit, and it adds a section for infrastructure credit. So it is specific to growing infrastructure and supporting Bill 59 in that endeavor.
Okay, so it doesn't exist yet.
No.
Okay.
It's proposed.
It's
It was just.
Okay, that's a clarification there. Okay, okay, good to know. So currently, the film tax credit does not, I guess, go directly to supporting the building of film studios. But currently, there's active Senate bills and House bills that will do that, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, this calls for a roll call vote.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry.
We have telephone testifier and one in-person testifier.
Okay, please proceed.
Telephone testifier, last 3 digits, 175.
Okay, telephone caller with last 3 digits 175. Please proceed.
Yeah, good morning, Council. This is Tim Gary. I'm strongly support Bill 59. This is a no-brainer. We should have done this a long time ago. Everybody's kind of recapped all the financial positive things about this. But this is also good for the people on the west side. This will bring resources out there. Studios give lots of money to charity and stuff, and some of the problems that were discussed earlier about Pokai Bay and everything, this can have a positive effect on that whole side of the island. Strongly support this. Let's get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the honorary mayor of Waikiki, Tim Gary? Seeing none, I believe we have 2 people who would like to testify in the gallery. Please proceed. If you could, start by stating your name.
Aloha, Council. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate all of your hard work. My name is Faith Faye. I am a graduate of the University of Hawaii. Upon graduation, I came out as a fine artist, graphic designer, photographer, and actress. I never wanted to leave Hawaii. I've had to go back and forth from Los Angeles, New York, Maine, Georgia, to share my artwork and to do auditioning and work as an actor. My home base is still Hawaii. When you keep us as artists and actresses and storytellers here, we pour into our community. I have offered my skills as an artist. I have painted the comfort station at Sandy's, representing 2 of our fallen lifeguards, and reached out to my community and gave them a safe haven to come and be part of that community. I volunteer my time as a filmmaker and photographer for Nakama Kai from the West Side, from Sustainable Coastlines, Surfrider Foundation, and Access Surf, the adaptive surfers, our communities who are in wheelchairs, our wounded warriors. You want to keep us here. This community, giving us a space to continue to be storytellers, to thrive, to uplift our community is extremely important. Last week, we had HIF, a screening of Huli, which was about 20 short films of voices that are going unheard, of Polynesian voices, Native American voices, Maori voices, Hawaiian voices. This is vital for our community to keep us here, to keep us thriving, to keep us inspiring our community, our children, our ohana, and to say to the world, we are a force to be reckoned with. Come create your work with us, employ us, pour into our community. Our financial backings will start to grow, and we can still pay our rent, send our kids to school, and continue to give back to each other. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Aloha kako. My name is Colby Haynes. I am a resident of Eva Beach, and I am a filmmaker. I currently have a film in production, and I want to acknowledge Councilmember Tolva's office for responding to my film letter that I sent him. I've been a union actor for 52 years. Don't count that. And I am a screenwriter. And it is very, very important as an Eva Beach resident
that we have something on the west side. It helps in transportation. It helps in relocation of our crew when we want to shoot a new scene. And it is just an opportunity for us to grow the community, enlarge the crew's ability to make a living. And all of us here today are very passionate about continuing our chosen profession and expand and offer the world a view of how creative people exist in Hawaii, that we're talented, that we're experienced, that we want to show the world you don't have to import actors. We are here. We are willing and we're talented and we want to work. Thank you.
Aloha, my name is Jenna Ai. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm an actor here. I'm also Kanaka, and it would be so nice to be able to have some stability here and have a place that we can all come and share our stories. But I think that was it. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Aloha e ohana. My name is Cheryl Noelani Young. I support Bill 59. I am a former Mrs. Hawaii. I'm a mother and an actress who would love to stay home on my island and work. I just came back from a month-long trip to LA, which offers boundless opportunity. And I'm not suggesting that we will be the next Los Angeles Hollywood, but this is a great opportunity to get the ball rolling. I want to mahalo Augie for rolling the ball, starting it going, and thinking constructively outside, because outside of just the entertainment industry and acting and creative media, thinking outside of how we can add, instead of the solution always being taxes and fees, let's create revenue and move that forward. So mahalo, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to testify on Bill 59? Seeing none. Okay, members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Tolpa.
Thank you, Chair. It's pretty exciting. I just checked. We have 7-1 testimony in favor. You know, I just want to reiterate that this bill will give a tax exemption to the landowner of the improved costs for the film studio facility. The landowner will be liable for property taxes based on the real property valuation at the time of the facility's first qualification. So this is not a complete exemption of real property tax. The exemption only applies to the improvements made on the property as long as the landowner or leasee adheres to the conditions of the exemptions. With that being said, like Chris Lee said, the governor has proposed legislation which includes increasing the current tax field of the film tax credit. Bill 59 is crucial in growing the film industry in Hawaii, and in turn will allow us to provide good jobs for members of this community, and it's a win-win. You know, we are putting skin in the game and really, again, diversifying our community. We heard Mr. Gary, the mayor of Waikiki, said, you know, this is the kind of things that can really activate our community, especially out on the west side. I had 2 children that went through Seawater production. That's an amazing production with Misuisu. And I cannot imagine how many kids had to leave because they wanted an opportunity to edit, create wardrobe, hair, makeup, behind the scenes filming. So I'm just really excited. Thankful that we have this opportunity again and in full support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you to the introducer, and glad he was able to go over that one more time, because I think the creativity of us really bringing in more revenue and not just losing revenue is what we're talking about. Thank you to Councilmember Cordero for moving this bill forward and the productive budget discussion we had. You know, this is about the diversification of the economy. I think during COVID, the community was crying out that we need to have something besides tourism, because we learned the tough way that having one major industry, it can decimate our community and our state. You know, the film industry is absolutely tenacious. In 2010, they had one of their best years, which was right after an economic collapse in 2009. They have shown that this industry can thrive even in a crisis, even in a recession. Georgia and Vallejo taught me the 3 pillars, of which Mr. LaCroix brought up, of workforce, infrastructure, and incentives. And for workforce, you know, Georgia's working with the UH program through the Office of Creative Arts in DBAT, and 80% of that workforce in their 2016 study showed that they were all local, and they're trying to push it up to 90% being all local. That's jobs for people here in Hawaii. And with more sound studios and stages, we'll be able to push that number up. Right now we have Point Panic, Kalailoa has one. We have a retrofitted Sack and Save, Diamond Head Studios, and there's some other ones that aren't full build outs. Basically, we're not gonna get there if we don't get serious about this. So the infrastructure that Mr. Lee and UH West Oahu is pursuing is absolutely pivotal. And I'm looking forward to, as that project goes forward, a very clear and direct tie to rail ridership. UH West Oahu is right there, and bringing 8 to 10 sound studios could really generate all kinds of things for Kapolei, because, you know, definitely we are looking for things that we can help people have jobs on the west side and stay on the west side. This will help everybody's traffic woes, I'm just saying. The last pillar is incentives. You know, the incentive the state gives is great. It's helped. There might be an expansion, but we on the city side haven't. So this will be our first time stepping up to the plate to do this. I think that we should support our musicians who write music, do record tracks, our hair and makeup artists, florists, caterers, set builders, videographers, creative arts media students, our security crews, our stage managers, producers, actresses, and many more by passing this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dos Santos Town.
Thank you. I appreciate all of the positive testimony on this and definitely understand the value that our film industry provides. I have the Kaka'ako Film Studio in my district. I had a chance to tour that. And so that's, you know, those benefits are clear to me. What's less clear to me, and I hope that this can be answered either at today's hearing or in a future hearing on this bill, is just how many film studios we plan to be supporting with this. It seems open-ended, but are we talking about just one out in West Oahu, or is this multiple ones? I'd also like to get a sense of how much tax revenue we as a city would be giving up. I know that we want to be mindful of our budget. We want to also be mindful of how we spend that. And so I have yet to hear an estimated amount of tax revenue that we'd be giving up. And that way we can measure the benefits of this program. You know, I think on the state side, it's a lot easier for them to measure the benefit that the state gets through their existing tax credits. But I want to make sure that we have some benchmarks here as well. And then finally, not only the amount that we'd be giving as an incentive each year, but in the aggregate over the course of the 20 years. So I just hope that those questions can be answered because I think we deserve to take a very deep look at this and make sure that we also are getting the benefit for the taxpayers that of the city, not just for the state as a whole. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you. I would like to thank members of the Committee on Budget and those other non-voting members who joined us in the committee regarding Bill 59. I know that there's been discussions on moving forward with amendments. I know that we have our public hearing today, and we're going to be doing a lot of the work, taking all those thoughts and ideas and even what's happening at the state and putting that forward as a possible committee draft in my committee. So I look forward to that discussion in a future committee, budget committee.
Thank you very much. Members, any further discussion? I note that Director Kawano is here. Perhaps we could save this discussion for committee, but Councilmember Dos Santos Tam's question of how much revenue we would lose would be helpful information. I mean, just using common sense, if they're going to invest $100 million in improvements, the value of the property would be over $100 million, right?
Yes, for the record, Andy Kawano, Director of Budget and Fiscal Services. Thank you, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kiaina, honorable council members There's going to be an amount that we forego, but thanks to Councilmember Talba to reintroduce the measure, in terms of Bill 59. The bill will be tax accretive. We will expand our assessed valuation base because we will collect taxes on the land value. With regard to the improvements, as Chair Waters mentioned, if a private developer spends $100 million on improvements for a world-class studio, and it's probably going to be more than that, but let's just use that number. The real property taxes on $100 million would be about $1.2, $1.3 million, based on our tax rate for commercial property. So that's the tax that we would forego every year on the improvement component, as Councilmember Talba mentioned. But with regard to the land value, we'll collect on the land value. And I want to say that our real property tax assessment division took a look at land values in the area of West Oahu with the assumption that we're going to work closely with the University of Hawaii. The land values are very stable there, even for undeveloped land. And if we look at 10 acres of land in that area, the equivalent real property tax that we'll collect annually would be a few $100,000 to start. If it's about 10 acres, if it's 30 acres, it would be at a $500,000 or more annually. And as the development progresses and, the property continues to, generate revenue, theoretically a lease will be signed with the private entity. At that point, the taxes I mentioned would be collected, and as the facility is finished and in operation and start to grow and generate GDP for our island, the assessed tax base will grow over time. So there is, it's accretive, but at the same time also putting skin in the game on behalf of the city to support the measure.
Well, thank you very much. I'm just curious, this would be built in commercially zoned property?
Well, I'm not sure as to what the zoning is currently, but I'm sure that we're going to make changes such that we can, in terms of highest and best use, put the private developer, once the long-term lease is signed, in the commercial class.
I see. I mean, obviously, you can't build it on agricultural land, right? Or preservation land, right? Unless you go through perhaps a bigger process. But just trying to think of what might stand in the way so that we can deal with it up front instead of down the line. Appears to me that it has to be commercial. And do we have 10 acres of commercial land available?
I believe a team walked the area, and we do. So
I'm not sure the council will support using agricultural land, but certainly if commercial land. But that's for a later discussion. Any follow-up questions based on my questions, members? Seeing none, thank you very much. Okay, lots of discussion. Ready for the roll call? Okay, Mr. Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kiaina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say? Aye. Councilmember Talba?
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola?
Aye.
Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 9 ayes.
Thank you. CR2 has been adopted, and Bill 59, 2023, CD1 has passed second reading. Members, we're on page 10. Page 10, it's now 12:25. With your indulgence, can we keep pushing? Okay, wonderful. From the Committee on Parks, Enterprise Services, and Culture and the Arts, Councilmember Talba, bottom of page 10.
Okay, I move that CR 17 be adopted and Bill 63, 2023 pass third reading.
Second.
Second reading. Actually, second reading.
Yeah, okay. Or it says second, it says third here, so second reading? Okay.
Mr. OCS, can you clarify? Is it third or
That-
second reading? And
I
the
have
motion
third.
needs to be accurate, right?
Okay.
Councilmember Lord Yoshioka, Office of Council Services. Could you restate the question?
Is it second or third reading for Bill 63?
Bill
I want to make sure the
63
motion is accurate.
is up for second reading.
Okay.
Thank you. Would you mind read?
Yeah. So
Saying the
Bill
motion.
63, 2023 pass second reading.
Thank you so much.
Second.
Wonderful. It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tolba for the explanation.
Relating to concessions.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, one person registered in person.
Mr. Kopp? Wonderful. Hello, Mr. Kopp. Please proceed.
Aloha, Council Chair Waters and council members. My name's Thomas Kopp, and I'm with Polikaiko Beach Boys Club. I just, we asked you to support our bill, and I just wanted to give you a little bit of background history. The first two nonprofit Beach Boy associations was formed back in the 1900s by the Outrigger Canoe Club and by Duka Hanamoku with Huinalu Canoe Club. Okay, what eventually happened was that the Moana Hotel displaced the Duka Hanamoku them, and they had to go up to the Alawai Canal. Okay, eventually the land lease for the Outrigger Canoe Club was lost to by Lilial Kalani Trust. So the nonprofit Beach Boy associations disappeared. So back in the 1990s, the old-time Beach Boys that remained, Rabbit Kikai, George Downey, and the other Beach Boys wanted to preserve their place on Waikiki Beach. So what they did was they formed a nonprofit Beach Boy Association. They lobbied the state legislatures, they lobbied the city council, and the bill was eventually passed. So the city awarded a contract to the nonprofit Beach Boy Association. Eventually, the nonprofit was displaced off of Kuhio Beach, and for almost 5 or 6 years, going into 2012, there was no nonprofit Beach Boy Association. Eventually, when the city decided to provide a nonprofit Beach Boy Association, they pushed them down to by the Kapahulu Groin, which was not conducive to outrigger canoeing and providing surfing lessons. So right now, the reason for this, we're asking for this bill to be passed is to give the Beach Boys, which are a dying breed, and we want to replenish the group, is that so the Beach Boys will have a place to perpetuate their traditions and contribute to the industry. Thank you very much, and we ask for your support. Any questions?
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? I have a quick follow-up question. Other than the part that you just mentioned, does this bill also say that the Beach Boy steersmen do not have to be certified anymore?
Well, as far as our association is concerned, we would still continue the legacy of the certification that goes back to the 1900s, where the Beach Boy had to be working on the beach, and they had to have the mentor, and the connection goes, like I said, all the way back to the Duke like that. So we're trying to still keep that lineage alive like that. It's kind of, we're broken, but we still can preserve it.
So DLNR used to certify the Beach Boys to steer.
Well, what happened was the Beach Boys was an advisory committee, and for some unknown reason, the advisory committee was disbanded. It was the Beach Boys that act as an advisory to DLNR, and then they would certify the Beach Boys. So eventually DLNR repealed the rules.
So would you be open to a friendly amendment creating another certification process to ensure that the historical and cultural experience and tradition is in place so that we don't have any Tom, Dick, or Harry steering 600-pound canoes in the middle of a very, very, very crowded Waikiki beach?
Right now, we just have a handful of maybe 3 or 4 canoe captains that are getting up there in age. And what we'd like to do is, for the nonprofit, is to be able to, like I said, certify the canoe captains and the surf instructors. So there are some safety things. Right now, the way it is now, it's a wild, wild west out there.
And you agree that it's dangerous if somebody hits you with a 600-pound canoe coming down a 5-foot wave?
Well, I don't know if
right?
it's 600 pounds, it's 2,000 pounds, so it's a couple tons we're talking about.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any follow-up questions, members? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say? Councilmember Talba?
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola?
Aye.
Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Reservations.
Mr. Chair, there are 9 ayes.
Thank you. CR 17 has been adopted, and Bill 63 has passed second reading. Members, turning to the top of page 11, third reading items from the Committee on Budget. Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 1 be adopted and Bill 40, 2023, CD1 as amended, pass third reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
Bill 40, 2023, CD1 relates to the Transit Construction Mitigation Fund.
Thank you so much. Members, we have multiple floor drafts that have been submitted for consideration. Prior to accepting any motion to amend to a floor draft, I will ask each council member to explain their proposed floor draft, take testimony on all versions, and then entertain any motion to amend. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Thank you, Chair. I submitted a hand-carried FD1 that's OCS 2024-0056. This proposed FD1 makes the following changes. In Section 3 of the bill, it amends ROH 6-55.4 expenditures. 1, to add that expenditures from the fund may be used to provide outreach to businesses under Section 6-55.7. It also adds 2 qualifiers for fund expenditures as follows. The first being not more than 5% of the monies deposited into the Transit Construction Mitigation Fund may be used to administer this article by the Director of Budget and Fiscal Services under Section 6-55.6. This is moved from the proposed ROH 6-55.6 in CD1, and not more than 5% of the monies deposited into the Transit Construction Mitigation Fund may be used to conduct outreach activities by the agency designated by the mayor under Section 6-55.7. In Section 5 of the bill, it also revises the proposed new 6-55.5A4 to read as follows. The businesses, Part 4, have opened for business prior to January 1st, 2022. In Section 6 of the bill, it deletes the proposed new ROH 6-55.6D administration rules because the provision is moved to the proposed ROH 6-55.4 expenditures as explained above. In Section 9 of the bill, it revises the effective date to July 1st, 2024, so it will be congruent with the new fiscal year, and it makes miscellaneous technical and non-substantive amendments.
Thank you very much. We also have a floor draft by Councilmember Kia Aina.
Thank you. Members, I have a hand-carried FD1 which uses Councilmember Dos Santos Tam's FD1. I thought it may be a good idea for us to have a dialogue on whether a total cap for eligible businesses may make sense. The CD1 would cap a business to $10,000 per year, and my proposal would also create a total cap of $30,000 for each business. Again, this is more for dialogue. I'm open to hearing from the authors of this legislation to better understand the financial implications. I think my concern was that if you don't have a cap, then it could go on infinitely. and then I just don't know what the magnitude of the cost would be. So that was the reason for this amendment.
Thank you very much. Shall we take testimony first, and then we can go into discussion? I have two registered testifiers, Natalie Iwasa and Chun James. I thought I saw Natalie here earlier. Mr. Clerk, is she still here?
Mr. Chair, I don't believe so, but Ms. James is logged on.
Okay, Ms. James, please proceed.
Aloha. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us? Mr. Clerk, I'm not sure the testifier can hear us. Good. June James, can you hear us?
All right, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Oh,
Please
thank
proceed.
you, thank you. Thank you, sorry for the inconvenience. I think that it's nice to express concerns and to offer token financial compensation to mitigate the profound losses that many have suffered along the Honolulu Skyline project. But it is also, to me, so unfortunate that this fiscal black hole continues to press on and to impose massive impacts on Oahu residents. Many businesses have lost their businesses while others are trying to hang on. But I think that it is imperative that the City Council and the Mayor provide much more educational outreach and warning of what's on the horizon for our property owners, business owners, and workers. I think that transparency is so much needed for our residents to prepare ahead and into the future. We all know that small businesses and even big businesses put their sweat and equity to support themselves and their families and their children's future. How many of these businesses know that eventually they will be land exempted or condemned to condemnation as the other word? How many would know that they will eventually be shut down? And I think that it's important to know that the Todd area is not just the 20-mile rail route. We're talking a cumulative 21 square miles corridor that I believe that many of our residences do not know yet. It's a silent half-mile radius around each station that the city does not talk about enough. And 21 square mile along the whole rail corridor is a very, very significant amount of land. We live in a very small island. It's not like a business owner can just close shop and relocate down the road. Even if a small mom and pop store is able to buy in with development complex, the cost, the lease rent, and other expenses will be significantly higher. So if you go to my written testimony, I gave some example, but I think that this is a very huge transparency that we owe the people, so that they are able to prepare, knowing that years down the road, all their investments and all their family fortune might be upended. So in the name of transparency, I hope that we will talk and disclose more about that 21 square mile corridor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Chun James? Seeing none. Second call for Natalie Wasso.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other testifiers, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, we're in discussion. Shall we discuss that before a vote is taken or a motion made? Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I want to thank Council Vice Chair Kiaina for having this discussion. I think it is an important one because, as Chun James pointed out, you know, Hart's construction is ongoing, and it's going to keep on going, and it's going to keep on affecting businesses. And so I think that gets to kind of the core of why Councilmember Cordero and I introduced this bill. It's that construction on the Dillingham corridor has been going for a long time. It's going to keep on going. We saw what happened with the businesses in Aiea and Waipahu. And so, you know, we need to provide them with help. We went down there, Councilmember Cordero and I, on Monday and talked with a number of these businesses who have no end in sight. Many of them were supportive of the project, and they know that the benefits that the project will provide are important for the community. But right now, you know, they're suffering. I think to the point of whether we should institute a $30,000 cap, I would respectfully disagree. You know, I think that we've put a number of qualifications on what kind of businesses can qualify. It's a finite number of businesses simply because they have to be within a block of Dillingham. It's not, to Chun James' point, it's not the entire island. It's not the entire TOD zone. It's within one block. The businesses have to be small businesses making less than $750,000 at that principal location within that one block. They have to have 15 employees or less. And so there's actually a number of businesses on Dillingham that will not qualify based on this. But we're targeting the smallest mom and pop kind of businesses, many of whom are just hanging on. And so I would also point out that for the previous discussion we had about the film studios, nobody ever asked if we would cap the film studios' property tax exemption. No one asked what kind of qualifications they should have other than expending more than $100 million and having more than 10 acres. And so, you know, I think it's a little unfair to simply say, to simply cut off the businesses at an arbitrary amount, given that Hart's construction on Dillingham may go on for years and years and years.
Thank you. Councilmember Kiaina, followed by Cordero, then Wire.
Thank you. I guess I just still would like to know, I mean, what about a time frame? I mean, is this perpetual for a duration of time that they will be eligible for $10,000 a year? I'm just trying to get an idea of the potential cost for an actual business.
We do have Lori Kaikina and Rick Keene and Joey Manahan present. We're supposed to be finished with rail by 2031, but perhaps we can get a better timeline of when it'll go through the Kalihi corridor. Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that this bill is active rail construction and not just along the Dillingham corridor, but moving forward from the Dillingham corridor, but also including the Dillingham corridor. Relating to timing, it's when there's active construction, but we have to recognize that what Dillingham is experiencing right now is utilities relocation, and there's still a few more phases to go that is still considered active construction. Okay, so that is just what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Lori Kahikina, Executive Director and CEO of HART. So your schedule is correct, actually, Chair. So the construction for the utility relocations along Dillingham is slated for 2026, but right after that, the City Center Guideway Station contractor comes. So as we're reaching out to the businesses there, it's not just the utility, even, you know, for the no left-hand turns, that's going to be in perpetuity. So construction will continue on even after the utility relocation.
Any follow-up questions?
Yes, but give me an idea. 2031.
I just wanted to recognize you.
Yeah, so I'm sorry. So beyond 2031?
No, 2031 is when we're slated to be complete.
Okay, got it. So Okay, so then you're looking at $70,000. 10,000 if a business were to seek funds under this program, they would be eligible for 10,000 per year up until that time. That's all. That's correct, right? Okay. So that's the time frame. I withdraw my amendment.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Wire.
I just wanted to clarify. So I don't know who would be best to ask, maybe BFS director, who I see coming up. And just wanted to double check when we talk about active construction, just wanted to make sure because I got a little bit confused. So we're only talking about, are you interpreting that only as active construction going forward? Or if, for example, there was some type of construction needed at the Waipahu Transit Center, that would be active construction. Say DTS had to do some kind of repairs that shut down a portion of the road. Or are we only envisioning active construction as what's going on in Dillingham and going forward?
Yeah, and such is, the difficulties I've mentioned in the past about, coming up with the rules to implement this correctly. My feeling, I think the administration's feeling currently is, where we're coming from is we really want to support TOD going forward. And the vision is it appears as though there's strong support for the measure. So if it passes, we would, the focus will be helping businesses to sustain during construction as we go forward. So,
just to clarify, so this wouldn't apply to folks that are dealing with future construction?
I've raised that issue in the past as to it could raise claims from past businesses. I've said that before, and it's still possible, but our thought process is we're looking at this going forward.
Yeah. I mean, I would hope so. Like if we have to make major repairs on our existing portions of the rail line that affect businesses outside of Dillingham, I would assume.
Yeah, and you're right, council member, because like roads and bridges and culverts, from time to time we have to make extensive repairs, and it's probably going to happen as we move along.
Okay, and so what I'm hearing is you don't see anything as limiting it to Hart's current work and the future work, or do you? Maybe
I'm sorry, council member, please, can you restate that question?
And maybe I could pose it to my colleagues that drafted to understand their intent, but just because of the comments that were made a few minutes ago, I'm wondering, is this only applying to active construction on the remaining portion of rail, or would this be any time that there's active construction on the rail line?
Go ahead. Oh, wait, we need to be called upon.
Councilmember Cordero.
For my standpoint, it was from moving forward on active rail construction as done by the Honolulu Rail Transit Project and not operated by Department of Transportation Services.
Okay. Is that Corporation Council's understanding as well?
Dwayne Pang, Deputy Corporation Counsel. The definition as provided in the bill provides the rail project is the Honolulu High Capacity Transit Corridor Project. I would prefer that Director Kahikina define that. I'm not that familiar. I don't work on a rail project. I apologize.
And I see Dr. Kahikina looking in, so maybe I could just elaborate. Is your understanding that that's the definition?
Because that's the definition in the bill. So the grants would apply to the rail project when you talk about the rail project.
So is that the term applied to Hart's work specifically in either the funding agreement or some other ROH? I don't know if either of you, I'm sorry, I don't mean to throw out questions. I'm just wanting to make sure I understand what I'm voting on.
I'm sorry, I can't help you with the rail project.
Okay.
But that's,
Can I ask OCS? And it might be an easy answer. I'm sorry. I'm just not directing it maybe to the right person, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Council Member. This is Lord Yoshioka from the Office of Council Services. The expenditure from this fund is limited can only be used to mitigate impacts from the construction of the rail project. That's all.
And so does that include any construction on the rail line, or you're saying it's only the initial construction?
It's construction of the rail project, which if you looked at, later on your agenda, you have the full funding grant agreement, which describes the project. The project encompasses not only the line, it's also the stations and the parking.
Okay. And so just to make sure I'm understanding, are you saying subsequent construction, once the initial construction is complete, would not be covered, or could?
Yeah, it would be covered because that's construction of the rail project. Because if you look at how this project's being constructed, some of the components of the project, you'll have to work backwards to do the parking, right? Because it's some of the parking facilities to serve stations that are already built have not been constructed yet.
Or the pedestrian bridge?
Yes.
Okay. No, I appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank you. And I'll just ask one last question, Chair. I know we're cut short on time, but I know I haven't asked too many other questions today. So, Director Quano, if I may, just wanted to clarify, assuming this passes, do we anticipate a funding amount being provided in Mayor's proposed budget, whatever it may be, or is that premature to ask?
I think it's probably premature because we, the FY25 budget will be challenging to balance, and I'm sure council members will have programs, activities that they would like to introduce as council adds. So I think we have to have the discussion to see where this all fits in. I have checked. Currently, we don't have funding currently for the program, so it would have to be put in the FY25 budget such that we have funding in this transit mitigation fund that can be expended in accordance with law.
No, I appreciate that. And I just anticipate, given the introducer of the bill and then also who's on budget committee, that funds may be, I guess, proposed to be added in if there's none.
Yeah, we don't have a proposal right now.
Yeah. And so maybe I could just ask if the additional rules and requirements that are allowed for by the department could maybe be prepared by then when we're having that conversation in budget, so we know if you're given funding, like what you'd be looking at in addition to what's explicitly in the bill when making grant amounts.
I think it would be my place to work with council and the administration on the rules.
Yeah.
Because it states that in the proposed bill. But with regard to the funding, I'm not sure if that's my place to propose an amount, because my focus is funding what I know is in front of us in terms of very large commitments that we have to fund for FY25, on top of the annual funding we do for core services. So that's my focus.
I hear you on
but
that.
we can have more discussion, council member.
Do you think you'll be able to have the rules done by the time we have budget discussion? I know that's not too far away. But it might be helpful for our evaluation when maybe our colleagues are proposing amounts to be putting into the fund.
I'll come back with a response on that one. I want to think about it a little more.
Okay, Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Quick question. Are we able to use money allocated to HART for this fund?
Based on my 3 years of learning on the job so far, I would have to say no, because HART funds are supposed to be used for rail construction and administration of construction.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions, members? Seeing none, is there a motion to amend Councilmember Dos Santos' Tam?
Yes, Chair. I move to further amend Bill 40, 2023, CD1 to my hand carried FD1, which is OCS 2024-0056.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Members, we're in discussion on the motion to amend. Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I'll be voting no on the measure.
Thank you. Any further discussion on the motion to amend? Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you. This fund, from the creation of this fund to determining, I guess, the qualifications for businesses, it really was, I don't want to say limits, but it really specifies along the rail corridor or the future rail corridor, the specific businesses that will qualify. So whether it be 10,000, and even if we put just 100,000, I look forward to working with the city administration if we do pass this bill forward to come up with rules and, I guess, program requirements to push this money forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kiaino.
I support this amendment. I did want to make a comment because clearly the issue of the previous bill on the film industry and these are two different things. This will be, this bill, of course, I understand the merits and impacts on businesses, but it is appropriate for me to ask about the universe of costs. And I'm actually pleased with the universe that was given, and so I support that, but I just want to make sure that my proposal was not considered unfair. It was appropriate, because in this case, we will be using funds from our budget to fund the program, whereas the other one I was told would either be revenue neutral, if not, the financial benefits would outweigh the tax exemptions we're giving. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none. Any objections or reservations to the motion to amend? Councilmember Say? As an objection. Noting Councilmember Say's objection, Bill 40, CD1 has been amended to the FD1. Now we're in discussion on the FD1. Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you so much, Chair. In support of this measure, in 2018, the Honolulu City Council put in $2 million to help businesses that were hurt by rail construction, but unfortunately there is no way to distribute the funds. So that's what we're talking about, is just the creation of the fund and the mechanism whereby to distribute any monies that may be put there. In the hearing, it was mentioned by the admin that they weren't sure if this worked anywhere. So just to reiterate again, the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority's Business Interruption Fund did just that. They distributed money for rent, utilities, payroll, and other operating expenses, depending on how much revenue declined during their rail construction. So clearly it has worked somewhere, and it seems to be beneficial to businesses that have knowingly given up business in order to promote and support TOD areas. In 2012, the projected date of rail completion was 2020. In 2018, the projected date was 2028. Today, we're saying 2031. So a lot of these businesses have held on for a long time and might have to hold on for longer. So I think, rightly so, this may last longer than we think, which may be the reason why we shouldn't put an end date on this. I do think that the bill states clearly that the expenses that will be reimbursed will be no more than $10,000. So if we don't have a lot of money in there, maybe each business gets way less than that, but at least there'll be some way to distribute money in the event that in the future there is money to help our small local businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we do any further discussion, any objections or reservations to waiving the Council Rule 19G, the 48-hour notice requirement? Seeing none, the 48-hour notice has been waived. Thank you, members. Back to discussion. Any further discussion? Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Chair, and I want to thank my colleagues for considering this measure and moving it forward. I also want to, again, thank Councilmember Kiaina for bringing up the discussion about a cap, and I want to make sure that my passion for supporting these businesses. And my questions on Bill 59, weren't taken the wrong way. After hearing the message of aloha, I want to make sure olu on this. But, this is something that I've heard from these businesses that they do really need help, and they've been very frustrated. And this isn't, a dig at heart necessarily. I think, again, as I mentioned, the businesses recognize the benefits that the project is going to provide. They just need to make it through to the other side. I think one of the best things that we can do as a body, and we're going to get to this at the FFGA a little later, is making sure we are working with Lori and her team, making sure that the construction's going on expeditiously, getting through the Dillingham Corridor as quickly as possible, so that we can get to the rest of the project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, the reason why I am in opposition at this point in time, basically it's just coming from the general fund, rural property taxes, which is the taxpayers' money, to subsidize a small business that is impacted by a major capital improvement project, which is the rail. My point to you this afternoon and to the members is the fact that you're just signing off a blank check, and you're opening up a can of worms for other city and county projects that we affect small businesses also. And that's the concern I have. You open up a can of worms and you got to live with it. Why didn't we not think about it when we addressed the TAT, the 3%? Nobody brought this up, that a portion of the 1.5 now is not 1.5, 2 going to rail, and 1% going to the general fund, then earmarked for parks. That issue could have been addressed at that point in time also. My concern is that I don't know if we do have the resources to come up with a balanced budget for the next fiscal year. I've always taken a very conservative approach to the budget, and it is a concern because I don't want any of my fellow colleagues be impacted by us having to raise something. And everyone should know that the only source of revenue is our real property tax. So that's the kind of concern I have on behalf of the members of this council. Are we willing to do it? Because then the question would be, can I go back when we first started off in Waipau, passing through Pearl City, the 8, 9 stations? Would that open up a can of worms for future council members to address and administrations? I bring this up because I am concerned about the pocketbook. I am concerned about what taxpayers are doing, paying. And for us, I think we should be very, very cautious at this point in time, not knowing what will happen at the state. When I say state, excuse me, the state legislature. So having this debate is excellent. But at the end of the day, administration is saying, when they had the 2 million, why the rules are not promulgated? I think what they did, Mr. Chair, was to just restrict the funds to put it back into the general fund. And that was during the period of COVID. And now that we have no funds and we want to try to help small business, I'm a small businessman. I want to help. And I was even thinking about if the source of funds was from the TAT, we could use OER. We already have an organization in place, Office of Economic Revitalization. They must have addressed all of those families, not families, but business, or Dillingham, to get some grant or subsidy. So you have a listing that the Director of Budget and Fiscal Services can communicate to. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't just rail, it was COVID also that affected business operations. And that's why we have the Rental Utility Relief Fund, and we have the SBA federal funds also of the past. Did we miss the boat? That is the concern of why I'm going to be voting no. And I apologize to my colleagues who are trying to help their particular neighbors or businessmen or businesswomen who are part of the Dillingham Corridor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any further comments, members? Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. And just wanted to note that I do share those concerns about contemplating what we have to face as a city and the council this upcoming budget cycle. But understanding that really, I see this bill as just providing the framework and the mechanism for us to assist businesses as we go into the budget cycle, right? And understanding that if there is a chance or there is funding available, I would certainly want to make that available because I know each community along rail has been looking at the potential of longstanding businesses potentially being displaced and then being replaced. And I think any opportunity to preserve and support those businesses that fit within our means, I think is a good idea. And so I would be supportive of that. So mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Councilmember Tupola.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just wanted to reiterate that we're just creating a fund. I think one day when we take up the budget and there's a line item that says we're going to put money in this fund, then there can be a yes or no on whether or not that money goes in there. I do think the creation of this fund should be supported. How it's funded, if it's supported, when it's funded is a different question for a different time. I think these businesses deserve it if it does come to them. I think that it wasn't just us, it was previous councils that had promised that something would be done, and I think something can work, even if it is the most small amount, even if it's 500 a business, even if it's something. We're talking about a $10 billion project here. It is one of the most massive ones we've ever had on this island. There needs to be something that's created to help these businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, showing my aloha, may I just correct the previous speaker? The fund is already created. We're looking for the money now. That's all I'm saying. We're looking for the cash to create this grant program. And I do support something like that, but not from the general fund now, because we've got other priorities to go and look at the fund. And that's the point. But this fund was already created, and they're just making the request to come up with other requirements, which makes it much more limited, but with a cap, etc. But what does it prevent us from other projects in the future?
I think your point is well taken, but I think we're ready to vote. Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, I appreciate the discussion that's been shared today. It's really, because of Sunshine, we actually don't discuss these things, and so I'm hearing this for the first time, like most of us. And I appreciate the intent of the bill. The measure before us is, I've always been supportive of our small businesses and definitely, been supportive of the rail project, but also understanding that, especially in most of our districts, and my city is specific, there have been areas where the businesses have been impacted. But I really appreciate Councilmember Say's input, because I remember in previous hearings how BFS had concerns, and they were kind today in saying that whatever we pass, they're going to figure out a way. But I do have concerns with what we're doing, especially as we move into the 2025 fiscal year. And it was stated earlier that they're not sure it's going to be a tighter year. We may have some difficulties. I worry about the precedents that will be set. It's interesting to hear that this was funded. There is a fund already, but we just have to, the money's not there. So although I have been in support of this measure so far, because I have always been in support of our small businesses, I will at this point be voting in opposition at this time as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kiaina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
No.
Councilmember Say? Councilmember Talba?
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola?
Aye.
Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 7 ayes, 2 noes.
Thank you. CR1 has been adopted, and Bill 40, 2023, CD1, FD1 has passed third reading. Members, with your indulgence, can we just finish through page 12 and then take a break for lunch? Wonderful. From the Committee on Parks, Enterprise Services, and Culture and the Arts, Councilmember Talba.
I move that CR 16 be adopted, Bill 61, 2023, CD1, pass third reading.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Talba for the explanation.
Relating to exceptional trees.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you very much. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina.
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto.
Aye.
Councilmember Say. Councilmember Talba.
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola.
Aye.
Councilmember Wire.
Aye.
Chair Waters.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 9 ayes.
Thank you. CR 16 has been adopted and Bill 61, 2023 has passed third reading. Moving to the top of page 12, from the Committee on Housing, Sustainability, and Health, Councilmember Wire.
I move that Committee Report 23 and Resolution 23-162, CD1 is amended past third reading.
Councilmember Kia Aina for the second.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Wire for the explanation.
It's initiating amendments of the city charter relating to Climate Resiliency Fund.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you very much. Members, we're in discussion.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
we have one testifier remotely. Sorry. I apologize.
Okay, please proceed.
Aloha, I'll just make it real quick, and then you can just go to enjoy your lunch. I just wanted to also point out that, it's good to be able to come up with funds for such a issue. But I also feel that we really have to be accountable, and we have to vet, and we have to do our homework. In this case here, we're talking about climate resiliency as well. But, the Honolulu Rail, the biggest project and the biggest fiscal black hole for us, is continue to be a problem on many levels. We all know that the route from Middle Street to Ala Moana is in the Honolulu sea level rise inundation zone. So again, we're contradicting ourselves. The left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. We're so disjointed, and we're just pumping billions of dollars into something that contradicts the city's desire, Hawaii's desire to be resilient and to be careful of impending climate changes. I'm just saying that out loud because from the outside, it's just so frustrating to see the disjoint and the contradiction and the money that is being asked from our taxpayers who are already suffering big time. Thank you very much and have a good lunch.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Tupola.
Thanks so much, Chair. Yeah, just recently in the past couple of years, we talked about this 1% divided into half-half, right? Clean water, natural land, and then for the Affordable Housing Fund. So now we're suggesting that it go third. So now it would be the Climate Resiliency Fund, Clean Water, Natural Land, and then the Affordable Housing Fund. So I guess my concern, and it might be about this or it might be about just all of them, like I've had a really hard time getting any money drawn down from the Clean Water, Natural Land Fund because it's so hard to even get something proposed, get the money used. I got things in my district I would love for that money, but then it doesn't qualify, then this, then that. And I'm concerned about us tying up money, right? I do think that we have Office of Climate and Resiliency. Right now, I think they still have 12 positions, $1.9 million budget. Lucky for them, they have a whole department that can, I think, execute what we're asking here. I think the problem with the Clean Water Natural Land Fund is that it's under DLM, which this is not their sole responsibility to just take care of that. So I know this is going to go to the voters, but we got a lot that we have to consider with the budget, including hazard pay and other things. And especially if money gets tied up and is not going to be able to be drawn down, which might not be the case for this, I think we just got to be careful. Because even with the Affordable Housing Fund, they spent it in a big old bulk. They bought that housing in Wahiawa, tried to spend down 16 because it just had ballooned up. So even though it's only 1% of the taxes, it had a lot of money in there and they had to quickly figure out how to spend it down. Maybe for affordable housing that makes sense, because there can be a huge purchase of it. But I just, I think we should think about that, is that we've seen how the funds have worked and how some of them have been hard to draw down. So thank you.
Thank you all. Very good points. And I just want to clarify for our friends in media that this is not a new tax.
Yeah.
It simply uses a portion of the tax that's already there. Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. And just want to thank Councilmember Tupola for bringing up those points, because I do agree that it is sometimes challenging to get monies out of funds. I think that was why we were intentional, or attempted to be intentional with the amendments, and also when the idea of creating a similar commission as a Clean Water Fund came up, we excluded that because ultimately we don't want to tie the city's hands too much. We just want to make sure that the community sees that the resilience and a more stable future are the city's priority. Similar to the Affordable Housing Fund, which I think this administration did a great job of getting, I think it was some 30 million out in the last RFP that they did last year. And of course, they're trying to get more money out. This, I think, could operate in a similar way in terms of the procurement side, in terms of not being or needing to go through that same strenuous process, right? And so I do think it's a little more flexible in that sense, and I'm hopeful that the administration can use it in that way to work on all these pressing issues in our community, from the bigger climate change issues, but I think that really trickles down into the everyday stuff that we see, from our stream maintenance and the flooding that's been going on all over the district, most recently in Kayaka Bay and upstream from there. But with fire mitigation, I think as we go into the future, more and more of just the daily city issues are going to overlap with resilience. So I appreciate the time, Chair.
I can also see this being used for stream cleaning, which we all have had a problem with. Anyway, any other discussion before we take the roll? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam? Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say? Councilmember Talba?
Aye.
Councilmember Tupola?
Aye.
Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 9 ayes.
Thank you. CR 23 has been adopted, and Resolution 23-162, CD1, has passed third reading. Members, we do have lunch in the multi-purpose room provided for you and your staff. My staff is providing that for you all. Should be pretty good. Amanda Morales has cooked it, and she's a wonderful, wonderful chef. So why don't we take a 45-minute break and come back at 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock. We're in recess. Good afternoon, members. Reconvening our council meeting. We're on page 13. Page 13. Everybody ready? Page 13. Ready? Everybody ready? Okay. Page 13 from the Committee on Budget. Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 3 and Resolution 23-290 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
So the resolution relates to the transfer of funds within the Office of Climate Change, Sustainability, and Resiliency.
Thank you so much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you. I do want to thank the Director of the Office of Climate Change, Sustainability, and Resiliency for sharing the information about this transfer. That is not new to us, a new discussion. We had this discussion last year as well. We understand that there had to be further, master planning done with the Department of Design and Construction, and I hope that we can also see what that looks like in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR3 and Resolution 23-290 has been adopted. Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 4 and Resolution 23-304 CD1 as amended be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
This resolution and its CD1 authorizes the execution of an amended full funding grant agreement with the Federal Transit Administration for federal transportation assistance authorized by the United States Code, Title 49, Chapter 53, and other federal statutes administered by the Federal Transit Administration.
Thank you. I note that we not only have Lori Kahikina, but we also have Rick Keene, Joey Manahan, and council appointee Anthony Alto present. Will one of you come up and just tell us what this is going to do?
Good afternoon, Lori Kahikina, CEO and Executive Director of HART. So thank you very much for putting this on the agenda. As you folks know, this is a long time coming. We haven't had any funds given to HART since 2017. Funds actually haven't been appropriated since 2014. We worked hard with our team, with the HART board, and of course you folks to amend our recovery plan, which they accepted within 4 months. And this is the last step to amend the contract between the city and FTA. And my understanding is they're ready to give us the signed full funding grant agreement amendment as soon as you folks approve. They're ready to send it to Corporation Council. So hoping you folks can do that today. I'd like to introduce our one of our board members, Anthony Alto, if you'd like to say a few words.
Hello and welcome.
Thank you, Laurie. I didn't have any prepared remarks, but thank you, Chair. Aloha to members of the council. I thought you should have your representative here for such a momentous decision. What I will say is, hindsight is 20/20. We can all look back now and realize that when we undertook this project, it tested us, and it took a long time for HART to learn how to do this right. But HART has learned how to do it right. I think part of the evidence for that is that the last 5 contracts that we've let it out have all come at or below the budgeted amount. The last one we let out was nearly $1 billion, came in 3% under the amount that we budgeted. So that is not to say that we're not going to run into major problems in the future, but the way that we handle them, the diligence with which HART works and the board works, I think ensures that this is going to be a successful project. And ultimately, we hope it's going to be one of the most powerful poverty-fighting tools on this island. We hope that ultimately 50,000 households or more may be able to get rid of one of their cars, and that'll save them collectively $500 million a year. So this project is definitely worthwhile. It's in line with our efforts to address the crisis that our Alice residents are facing. And the federal government has recognized the progress that we've made, which is why now finally, after close to 10 years, they're moving closer to releasing the $740 million that they owe us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you. Hi, Board Member Alto. I was just wondering, during the board discussions and, discussing the full funding grant agreement finally, that was committed and then going to be released to the city as well as HART. What were some of the key points that the federal government provided in finally, I guess, releasing what has been committed?
Well, I think I probably ought to let the administration talk about that because they know the details. But I think, to put it in layman's language, the FTA wanted to know that we could get our act together. For many years, we didn't. We ran into all kinds of problems. The project has massively delayed. Now we have a very effective team, both on the management side and on the board. The board's meetings run 6 hours, I think 7 hours was the last one, because we scrutinize every penny that's spent. Even the cost of sending one person to a conference comes for discussion to the board. That's the way it should have been done from the get-go, of course. We should have been penny pinching from the get-go, but the way that the board was set up was we weren't allowed to do that. and that had to do with politics, and I won't get into that. But the board was set up in such a way that we actually couldn't really interfere with the administration until the charter amendment in 2016. So as I say, a lot of lessons learned along the way, but now things are moving pretty well. And of course, tomorrow we'll hear that something's come up. But at the moment, I would say that things are moving very much in the right direction. And the FTA has given us their thumbs up, their seal of approval. And I hope that you guys will too.
Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, and it's surprising that we finally, after 10 years, are going to be seeing that come into fruition. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions for any of the testifiers? Thank you. I believe Natalie Wassa is also present. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Natalie Wassa, for the record. Just want to make clear that I'm speaking in my individual capacity and not on behalf of the board. I take a very conservative view of the plan, and so I did submit written testimony, but I kind of wanted to highlight the financial plan underlying the full funding grant agreement, in my opinion, has revenues that are projected to be, they're just too aggressive. The costs are at a P65, which is a probability of 65%. When the recovery plan was in process, we were looking at 90%, and I feel more comfortable with a 90% cost projection rather than 65%. The contract for the city center guideway and stations has not been let. So that's budgeted at $1.3 billion. We do not know whether that will come in on time or on cost or not. And we are paying for this project with general excise taxes, taxes on food, rent, medical services. And I am just so concerned about that. You know, in my opinion, there are just too many open questions, too many areas of the financial plan that I think we're going to run into problems down the road. I hope I'm wrong, but you know, we've seen in the past where that hasn't been the case. So I'm very cautious about this and ask you to consider my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. Clark, any other testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, any further discussion? Councilmember Tupola.
Thanks so much, Chair. I filed a Council Communication 8, gave out a 2-pager to the whole council, and I had done this years ago when HART first came, just to kind of summarize, especially because the whole project itself has shifted, changed, and so on this, just to iterate, on the right side, the city and county obligation. As we know, there is $214 million that we said on the city side we pay for, so I updated all those numbers, of which the majority has been. I also updated the amounts of bonds that are going to be used, because that's a huge conversation too. How much, what year, so that's updated. Lastly, on page 2, I put in the milestones. So Councilmember Cordero just asked, what are the milestones? So on page 2, I put milestone 1, which we got, the 806, and we've never seen another penny until hopefully this happens. Milestone 2, the $125 million will be released upon the execution of this amended full funding grant agreement. And then you can look for milestone 3, 4, 5. And I got this from HART. I worked with Rick and Lori to kind of write this down so I could kind of see and be accountable for the decisions we're making, and to put on one page what they're saying and what we are agreeing to. So I'm in support of this, especially because the city had made this agreement far before our time, and definitely we want to come good on it. As you can see on page 2, that $1.55 billion is what we're talking about here, and why this document is being afforded to us, because we have only gotten $806 million. And to Missy Wass's point, there's a lot of money riding on this in order for us to get this done, and we need that federal money to offset some of this, because it is the largest funding source that we will get for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Councilmember Toba.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, no, I understand, and thank you for being more, I guess, really going after making sure that we pinch every money we can absorb. But I understand we need to pass the resolution so that the FDA can release the remaining $643 million. But by moving this forward, we still are obligating ourselves to use $8.2 billion of the state and local taxpayer money to a rail project when we should be reevaluating. I mean, earlier today we were fighting over pennies and how we're going to help businesses along rail. I think we should be using these billions of dollars to be reevaluating so that we can take care of the needs of our community and the things that's important for the people in this state. No vote, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, this calls for a roll call. Mr. Clerk?
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say? Councilmember Talba?
No.
Councilmember Tupola?
Aye.
Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 8 ayes, 1 no.
Thank you. CR4 and Resolution 23-304, CD1, has been adopted. Thank you. Moving to the top of page 14, Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 5 and Resolution 24-1 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
This resolution relates to the transfer of funds for the Department of Information Technology.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Just for everyone's information, Mayor's Message number 9 does have members of the Cabinet who are available for questions in the event that any of you have questions about the various measures. And I do note that the Deputy Director of DIT is present if you have questions. I'm not going to call them up routinely unless they want to come up or if you folks have questions. So any discussion? Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you. I did in my Budget Committee share questions about, and to the Deputy Director, relating to the data feed and how much, I guess, how much time and days it does cover. And also, if we were to, I guess, override it, if we will need more storage. But as I see it, there will be new storage needed every so often based off of the actual, I don't know how to describe this, but storage and usage of the software. So it was, we were able to get further confirmation from the Deputy Director of the Department of Information Technology. I also asked about if it holds our video feeds for boards, commissions, even our feeds that we have in the council, and those are not the ones that are held in this video data storage. So if there's any other questions, I think that was just some good discussions that we were able to have in the committee. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Saying none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR5 and Resolution 24-1 has been adopted. Councilmember Cordero.
I move that Committee Report 31 and Resolution 23-299, CD1 as amended, be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Cordero for the explanation.
This resolution and its CD1 relates to the reprogramming of American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, the state and local fiscal recovery funds program in support of revenue replacement.
Thank you very much. I do note the presence of Managing Director. It's up to you if you want to speak, or please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kia Aina, council members, Mike Formby, Managing Director. I just want to thank the committee for the 2 opportunities that I had to speak and answer questions regarding this resolution, the regular meeting and the special meeting. Thank you, Budget Chair Cordero, for that opportunity. And I'm here if you have any questions today. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the Managing Director? Seeing none, thank you again. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you so much. In support, glad that we parsed out this conversation in depth. It's a huge amount, but hazard pay is due, and we need to come straight with our hazard pay that we owe, especially to our first responders. I personally wanted to take responsibility. I introduced Resolution 23-167 regarding independent contractors hazard pay. And so I just want to thank MD for clarifying that, but I also have to say it publicly, right, is that in the current contract for our city bus drivers, that it is not part of their collective bargaining to have hazard pay. And so I really want to thank the bus drivers, want to thank all of those independent contractors, city workers that may not qualify for this, but just knowing moving forward that that would have to be in the collective bargaining agreement in order for somebody to qualify for this. So I want to thank the administration for addressing this, for putting it in the forefront. And I also want to thank all of those who did work for this city during really dire circumstances to serve the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 31 and Resolution 23-299 CD1 has been adopted. Moving to page 15, from the Committee on Executive Matters and Legal Affairs, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Chair, I move that Resolution 23-227 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam for the explanation.
Chair, this provides for the acquisition of land for public use of 1421 Pensacola Street located at Kula Okahua, Honolulu, Oahu, Hawaii, and determining and declaring the necessity of the acquisition by eminent domain.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members are in discussion. Councilmember Say.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just in strong support of the measure, and I wanted to thank the administration. This particular journey starts off 7 years ago when the previous council person member was here, and it is now bearing its fruits as far as the legal process that we have to go through in the area of these particular abandoned homes that are a hindrance and a blemish to our community on Pensacola. So for the residents of Makiki and lower part of Makali, Moilili, this particular project, abandoned home will now go through the condemnation process, which will probably take another 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Cordero?
Aye.
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say? Councilmember Talba? Councilmember Tupola?
Aye.
Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 9 ayes.
Thank you. Resolution 23-227 has been adopted. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Chair, I move that Committee Report 6 and Resolution 24-4 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam for the explanation.
Chair, this relates to the appointment of officers for the Hawaii State Association of Counties.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR6 and Resolution 24-4 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 16 from the Committee on Transportation, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Chair, I move that Committee Report 8 and Resolution 24-2 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam for the explanation.
Chair, this accepts a gift of lodging valued at $513.57 to the city from the United States Department of Transportation, Federal Transit Administration for the Department of Transportation Services Director of Rapid Transit to attend the FTA Transit Advisory Committee for Safety meeting in Washington, D.C., December 6th through 7th, 2023.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, I believe we have Ms. Iwasa.
Okay, aloha again. Please proceed.
Thank you, Natalie Iwasa, for the record. This is a gift to the city, and I think most people would agree that gifts to the city are a good idea, but we do have a policy in effect, and it is stated in those transmittal letters that you folks get. Resolution 05-39 CD1 FD1 set that policy. And in it, it says gifts are not allowed to be used until after they are accepted. And here we are looking at this resolution accepting a gift for travel that occurred last year. You have 2 other resolutions on the agenda that do the same thing. So my question to you is why have a policy in place if it's not going to be followed? And since this was from over 10 years ago, perhaps it's time to revise it and make it clear what the consequences are for not following the policy. So thank you, Chair. The other two resolutions are 24-3 CD1 and 23-270. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any further testimony, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Chair, we have no other testifiers.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you. I just have a question either for anyone from, I guess, DTS or whomever, or if Mr. Prusser is here, relating to any of the subcommittee recommendations and reports as it relates to the City and County of Honolulu.
I do note that Roger Morton, Director of Department of Transportation Services, was designated as the administration's representative on this matter. I did see him earlier. Would you like me to pass this till the end of the agenda?
I can make a formal request to the department and asking if any of the recommendations and reports related to the City and County of Honolulu specifically. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion, members? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR8 and Resolution 24-2 has been adopted. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Chair, I move that Committee Report 9 and Resolution 24-3 be amended, as amended, be adopted.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam for the explanation.
Chair, this accepts a gift of travel, registration, and related expenses valued at $2,780.99 to the city from the UCLA Institute of Transportation Studies for the Deputy Director of Transportation Services to attend and participate in the Lake Arrowhead Symposium on the Transportation Land Use Environment Connection in Lake Arrowhead, California, October 15th through 17th, 2023.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noted no objections or reservations, CR9 and Resolution 24-3 CD1 has been adopted. Moving to page 17, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Chair, I move that Committee Report 10 and Resolution 24-5 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam for the explanation.
Chair, this accepts a gift of 2 real-time information bus stop signs with the total value of $17,500 to the city from Waysign LLC for the benefit of transit passengers at the Halawa Skyline Station.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you, members. We're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR10 and Resolution 24-5 has been adopted. From the Committee on Zoning, Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I move that Committee Report number 15 and Resolution 24-9, Committee Draft 1, as amended, be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation.
This is authorizing the exemptions from certain requirements, and the certain requirements are tied to HRS, 201H-38. And this is in the Paoa Ridge Housing Project in Honolulu, Oahu.
Thank you very much. I do note that we have quite a bit of registered testifiers, so I'm going to start at the top. I have Pane Maetoga, followed by Mike Pacheco. You know, in the past, I've allowed signs, but if I may ask that when someone's testifying opposite of what the sign says, that you keep the sign down, if you don't mind. So we have Pane Maetoga. I mean, just if you put yourself in someone else's shoes, if somebody held a sign opposite of what you believed. Members, do you have an opinion on this? Should we allow these signs?
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Councilmember Say.
You know, this is my 4th year being on this council. Has this council in the past that before you, maybe your time or during your time here, allowed this type of event or presentation? Allowed, or is it not allowed? As far as our predecessors.
Typically, when someone's holding a sign, they would hold it behind them when they're testifying, or when there's somebody testifying in a like manner. But we haven't really had this problem before.
I see.
So I'd like to defer to the body. If you don't, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Chair, I think that there's something to be said about, obviously, people's ability to express themselves. We set limitations on that, reasonable ones, 3 minutes, 1 minute in committee. And so I think that it's within our right to institute some decorum and have some rules that are applied fairly to everybody. I think that's the key. I think if we pick and choose which signs, that's one thing. But if it's, no signs directly behind a testifier, you can do it in the corner, you can do it on the other side, further down the row, that's fine. But to do it behind the person speaking, I think detracts from that person's ability to express themselves. And so I think everyone needs to exercise some decorum, and I think if the sign is on the side, that's totally fine.
Thank you. Any other opinions, members? Councilmember Kia Aina?
I concur with the previous speaker, and there's a time and place for everything. Quite frankly, we've seen some very disrespectful freedom of expression, especially with police commission candidates. I am shocked that a particular candidate in the last 3 years was specifically targeted, and she was a strong advocate for underrepresented communities. And so I think it's okay for us to set some parameters. Clearly, the people who were against our COVID restrictions, who were banging against the wall over here and trying to physically intimidate it, was unacceptable. And so I think it's, I agree with the previous speaker that the freedom of expression for someone to be able to testify in support of a measure should not be detracted by those who voice their opinions. If they want, they could stand in the back. I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Thank you very much. Anybody else want to weigh in? Councilmember Tolba.
I'm okay with it. I mean, we allow speakers that paint their face green. I mean, now we have an issue. The reality is that people go and decide what they want to hear and what they don't want to hear. So, I'm okay with it.
Thank you. Any further comments, concerns? Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I think being one of the longest person in government, I believe we should allow it to occur, but I think within the parameters of having it on the side also, and not behind any testifiers.
Okay. I agree. And sir, I don't mind the signs in here, honestly. I believe in your right to freedom of speech, but when someone is speaking that doesn't agree with your sign, I don't think it's fair to be directly behind them. If you want to stand to the side while they're speaking, and of course, when you're speaking or anybody who's in agreement with you, by all means, come up with the sign. It's been commented in the past that when someone's testifying in favor, where the sign is in opposition, it's just not fair to the person who's actually speaking. Would you mind then to just step on the side while someone is speaking in opposition to your opinion? I can't tell, to be honest. I mean, at some point, we may end up coming up with council rules just prohibiting signs altogether. So it's not a rule now. I'm just asking for your aloha and respect for people who have a difference of opinion than yours. Well, let's start with the first speaker. which is Pane Maetoga from the Operating Engineers.
Hello, everyone. Council Chair Pane Maetoga. I guess Happy New Year. It's been a while since I've seen all of you. My name is Pane Maetoga III. I am the political field organizer for Operating Engineers Local 3. And you have my written testimony in support of Resolution 2409CD1. We've been following this process. We've been engaged in the process. We've gone to the meetings with the community. We've seen the changes that have been made on this project. We've seen the good that it can bring from this project, especially for young folks who need a place to live, who want to be on their own, who want to be away from their parents and have their own and stand on their own 2 feet. Such is life. Marriage, move on, make your own families. It's hard to do that in Hawaii now. It's hard because there's no place to go except the mainland. And we don't want that. So myself, on behalf of myself and all the members of Operating Engineers, we support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Michael Pacheco. And by the way, sir, you're fine. That does not appear in the testifier's view frame. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kiana, Honorable Council men and women. My name is Mike Pacheco. I'm here to testify in support of Resolution 24-9. On behalf of IBW 1186, Damian Kim, and our 3,000 members that we represent in a variety of fields, we thank you for your time in listening to us. I will stand on the testimony submitted, but I would like to add, on behalf of all of our men and women, we want to thank you personally for the jobs that you guys have been doing, handling a variety of issues. But on behalf of them, mahalo, and thank you for the time in testifying. Aloha.
Thank you. Next, we have Sterling Higa, followed by David Shimokawa. Is Mr. Higa available?
Mr. Chair, the testifiers are not responding.
Okay. Next is David Shimokawa.
There he is.
Chair Waters, members of the City Council, I present this testimony as a resident of Aloha Manoa and as a retired professional in the land use and urban regional environmental planning area, also including a multimodal transportation covering neighborhoods and the entire state of Hawaii for the 40 years of my career. Pahoa Ridge needs to be changed and done 4 right ways. It must be right-sized. It must be right for and in the community. It must be done the right ways, and it must be in the right fit for the site and location. The Pahoa Ridge project is a planned multi-story high-rise on a small 20,000 square foot lot. That's equivalent to only 4 residential R5 zoning lots. On a lot that is half level and half steeping slope, which creates huge foundation costs. The lot will contain approximately 300 people or more, lots of vehicles with added vehicles. That is too much, too many on a parcel too small for the proposed high-density development, high-rise development. The developers seek to force its project akin to trying to put an oversized pig on a small rectangle. Please size it right. Pahoa will generate traffic impacts for sure. The traffic impacts on the project site need to be better and longer, better and longer attention, mitigation and improvements. I provided some technical issues on this matter in my earlier testimonies. The project has site design and function parameters set by historical long-standing city standards, general plans, master plans, urban core planning, and neighborhood district standards. They have been reviewed both by agency officials, local citizens, astute experts, and the general public. The medium density apartment zoning height of 150 feet in its building, including activity from the from the development on site have not been altered for decades and indicates and calls for keeping it that way. A drastic change as proposed by Pohua Ridge is contrary to the prescribed purpose and should not be done without more careful public review and professional review of what the landscape of this community impacted will be envisioned and remain to be. The surrounding community residents know the condition and changes that have been occurred in the neighborhood area. They have repeatedly expressed a welcome to having more housing, but raised great concern for adding too many into the community at the subject development site because of its sensitive location, particularly from adverse traffic effects. Please have it right for and in the community. The need for mitigation and improvements from the traffic impacts were repeatedly stated to the developer in the town hall meeting. But, for example, the residents have never have asked to see the TIR more than twice, but no TIR has ever been provided to the concerned community leaders or residents. Over the past several months, the developers committee outreach were 2-hour-long meetings, but only 30 minutes was devoted to questions from the attending residents and interested neighbors. Many responses promised were never received by the communities for further Q&A. A typical strategy employed initially by the developer months ago was only to deal with one neighborhood board because it was in their neighborhood board area. When the residents of 2 other neighborhood boards rose and got wind of this project, concerned voices were given and called for further meetings as well as explanations. The many concerned residents from the 3 neighborhood districts deserve better. Wouldn't it be the right way? Wouldn't it be porno to do so? The project has the physical size that creates a massive imposing structure placed extremely close to the roadway of Weil Avenue, the old Weil Road. It will be and look like a monument structure over the surrounding neighborhood and residential houses and small lower-rise apartments. It will loom over the houses and buildings and stand directly, no less with minimum code spec or no setback at a congruence of travel that is already subject to congestion, delays, accidents, and in the face of a principal doorstep ingress-egress of the University of Hawaii Lower Campus athletic fields. While the UH welcomes the Pohua Ridge housing project for its campus community, the city council members should all know that university students, even those who are married and with part-time jobs or even a full-time job, per affordable housing rules will not be able to be renter occupants. That's a change. Further, the window views from the upper floors, anything above 15, will have a direct sight over the entire major sports fields, such as football and baseball. Visually, it will be similar to moving the entire existing white-painted condominium called the Contessa, which was built years before Murakami Stadium, to about 100 yards, more or less, from the stadium's center field. Tailgates, free watching, and more guest vehicle overflow could be a spin-off that affect UH game patronage and create issues and problems similar to what other municipalities and city sports facilities face with neighboring buildings having open viewing of games from units or rooftop garden areas across the street. Chicago was one of them. The proposed development needs to be a proper fit for its location. Granted, a unique but correct housing opportunity can be made at location. It can be built. It can provide jobs and places to live. The developer has done projects of lesser height and less impact, less intrusive, and designed with inherent constraint and designed for the inherent constraints associated with the sites. But in seeking to build a maximum and outside the proper design parameters for a city, especially Honolulu, and trying to overbuild on a small plot of land on a complex road and highway junction is not right. Mahalo for hearing these 4 important rights in considering you're making a right decision on Pohua Ridge for the community and in the community. Mahalo.
Thank you, Mr. Shimokawa. Members, do you have any questions for the testifier?
Mr.
Seeing
Chair.
none. Oh, Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to thank Mr. Shimokawa for his participation in the discussion that we had with the 2 town hall meetings, the 3 or 4 neighborhood board meetings that occurred, and I really took into consideration all of their concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Daniel Braun, followed by Kevin O'Brien.
Mr. Chair, both testifiers are not logged on.
Okay. Next, we have Beverly Wagner, followed by Clara Antai.
Mr. Chair, those testifiers are also not logged on.
I see someone in the audience. Perhaps this is Beverly Wagner? Hello. Thank you for being here. Please proceed.
I'm very concerned about the impact that this project will have on my accessing Waialae Road. There cannot be a traffic light installed at the end of Koali Road because of the nearness to the access to the freeway. We're going to be trapped in there with, I don't know how many units, 108 units that are blocking the road already. The traffic is terrible there, and when the developers did that, thank you. When the developers did the traffic impact study, they did it at midnight or something, not during rush traffic hours where it actually makes sense of how it would impact the traffic. And you know, there's 3 schools right in that area that have to cross Waialae Avenue. There's Kahio Elementary School, the University of Hawaii, and Hokulani School. You know, this will be a big impact on our kind of quiet neighborhood. A smaller unit like they were just referring to, and it's a small plot of land to design this huge project is just unbelievable. And so myself and my neighbors all don't want this project, or certainly if it has to go through on a much smaller scale.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for Ms. Wagner? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Clara Antai.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay.
Could I say one more thing?
Sure.
And it really is not affordable housing.
Thank you. Next, we have Christopher Delaunay, followed by Kennedy Marks.
Aloha, Chair and Council members. Chris Delaunay with Pacific Resource Partnership. Strong support of this project. This project is going to provide much needed homes for Oahu residents. I mean, everyone deserves a home. It's a basic human need, and we need to start building homes right away before our local residents continue to leave to the continent. Also, the developer has listened to the community, participated in many hearings, agency hearings, as well as neighborhood boards, community meetings. They have listened, they worked with the council, and they scaled back the project. I also like to note that this is a great opportunity for Oahu residents to live in Honolulu, near shops, restaurants, near their work. This will be a great addition to the Kaimuki Mo'iliili area, help to stimulate a lot of the small businesses in those areas. So this is a great project. We're in strong support of it, and it's going to really put our workers to work. You know, we represent the Carpenters Union, and it's going to give them opportunity to make a living wage with benefits and help to keep their families here in Hawaii. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kennedy Marks, followed by Mitchell Hashimoto.
Aloha, Chair. My name is Kennedy Ann Marks, and I was born and raised on Oahu,
and I'm here on Zoom today to give my support to the Pahoa Ridge project because of the opportunities that multiple people have mentioned about creating space for local kids like me to stay on Oahu and to be close to our families, but also allowing the independence of moving out of our parents' homes and being able to continue to be a part of the community on Oahu. So mahalo.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Mitchell Hashimoto, followed by Michael Gablasek.
Mr. Hashimoto is not logged on.
Okay, is actually Michael Munier, followed by Michael Gablasek.
Max Munier, possibly.
Yes, thank you. Yes, please proceed.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I wanted to support this project too, partially like a lot of people have been saying, because it is affordable housing, and two, I'm from over here on Oahu and currently live with my parents, and you know, it would be a dream to move out one day. Another big reason too why I want this project is I think it's just really important to kind of keep urban centers urban, because it will stop kind of the problem of sprawl. And so, you know, I think this place is a super good place for this kind of project, because it's already kind of an urban place. And if we don't build those houses vertically, then we're going to have to build them, you know, horizontally outward. And that's just going to make, you know, more suburbia and take away from natural places that I think we really need and need to keep. And yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Michael Gablasek available?
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay, next we have Avery Filler, followed by Ocean Nichols.
Mr. Chair, both of those testifiers are also not logged on.
Thank you. Is Aaron Todd, followed by Patty Kay.
Mr. Todd is not logged on, but Patty Kay is.
Is Patty Kay here?
Yes, I am.
Please proceed.
Oh, I guess my camera's not. Aloha, Chair Waters and Council Member. Much mahalo and appreciate our zoning chair Say for listening and drafting CD1. Community concerns cannot be ignored. Public safety should always be our top priority. Any more pedestrian, bicyclists, traffic accidents resulting from this are not acceptable. I oppose the lot location. It's just simply too small, area too congested, and problematic for such a monster building. I oppose the design. It speaks of a luxury high-rise. Affordable housing don't have fancy amenities. Please don't build another Kui Lake Place there. I'm not saying no to build. I'm saying build a smaller, sensible, mid-sized building. I urge the council to limit the building height to the existing code A2 for a simple 15-story building. The cost saving can be passed on to tenants as lower rents. In closing, simple, truly affordable housing can be built the right way that fit into the neighborhood without causing a dangerous traffic situation. We're all counting on you to make this right. This can be a win-win. Again, build it right so the construction industry will have jobs and some residents will have houses and everybody would be okay with this. Thank you very much for your time. Aloha.
Thank you. Next, we have Dave Watasi.
Aloha, Chair Waters and council members. My name is Dave Watase. I'm a resident of St. Louis Heights for 60 years. I think the only council member that's older than me is Calvin Say. I stand in opposition to the Pahoa Ridge project as proposed because it is simply too tall, too dense, and clearly infringes on the right of the neighboring property owners and residents. While the need for affordable housing is great, it should not supersede the best interests and common good of the established community. Since the inception of the rail, or Skyline, the transit-oriented development, TOD, was incorporated into our primary urban center development plan with intent to focus on this kind of high-density, high-rise development around the rail stations. The city implemented a housing strategy to stimulate the production of affordable and workforce housing with a focus on rental housing in TOD special districts. The city invested $1.5 billion in critical infrastructure to accommodate anticipated growth, including wastewater, water, and drainage for TOD. This location is not in a TOD district, but instead the surrounding neighborhood is 1- and 2-story wooden houses. To cram 182 units with a 210-foot tall building on a 20,000 square foot piece of land is just asking too much. This parcel of land is currently zoned to accommodate around 36 affordable units. So let's build that and incentivize more property owners to do the same. The developer is asking for 5 times the current maximum density. The developer is asking for more than double the allowable building area, resulting in only 15% open space. The developer is asking for a 60-foot height exemption above the maximum height. Developer is asking for a 0 setback, meaning a neighboring home will be about 5 feet away from a 210-foot vertical concrete building. Put yourself in the particular resident's shoes, who every day will open the door to his home and face a 210-foot vertical wall without any setback and will block everything. The property currently houses 6 apartment units. The developer is asking for 30 times that amount. The Port Ridge project needs to be sent back to the drawing board and needs to be substantially reworked on a smaller scale to better fit this half-acre property size. What's the rush? Let's instead do it right in the proper way. Please vote against Resolution 24-9, CD1, and reject the Port Ridge project. Mahalo.
Thank you, Mr. Watase. Next, we have Chloe Ishii.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay. Followed by Vanessa, Janessa Maxilom.
Mr. Chair,
Aloha, welcome.
Yes.
Please proceed.
Aloha, Chairman Waters. So I am opposed to this building because I am actually a resident at the site in the 6 apartments that are currently there. I am a Kanaka Maoli who was raised in the military all over the world. And for the first time, I was able to come home. I just moved here about 8 months ago. And within my first month of living in this apartment, I am warned that I might lose my home. It's symbolic almost to finally come home and reconnect with my roots and my Aina and my family, and then have this looming over me that I might lose my home already so quickly. But other than that, other than the personal reasons, there are safety issues. I live there. I know the traffic. I have to deal with it every day. Every day it's dangerous for me to take a left turn out of my apartment because I'm on a sharp turn and traffic all converges right where I live. My street, Waialae, becomes King Street, and it was Kapahulu just before that. So everything converges. I am at a major artery in the city, and people cannot find my house. They get lost, and they have to keep going around in circles to find it because it's a hard place to live, but it's a beautiful place to live if you're willing to walk around there. But the safety issue is that there's so much traffic that walking can be dangerous there too. And if you were to build a larger building in this small plot of land that I currently live on, you're gonna make it more difficult for us college students. I actually am going to UH Manoa to pursue my master's degree, and I'm studying cultural studies to reconnect with my roots. And I'm so proud to be a part of my community again, or for the first time actually in my life. But I'm afraid I'm going to be forced out of my own home. So I am opposed to this, and if it has to be built, then it needs to be smaller. And it needs to be really affordable, because looking at the prices that they've shown me, it's more than what I'm currently paying. And You don't need pools and all this kind of stuff for real affordable housing. You just need a home with the basic amenities. We have the beach. We're in Hawaii. We don't need a pool. I'm happy with my little apartment right now, just the way it is. It's perfect. Perfect for me. And I am really one of the people living in the neighborhood. I live right there. So I would ask you guys to truly consider, if you're gonna do this, really think and maybe give it more time and make it something smaller than what they're planning to build. But I would really prefer opposition to it completely. Mahalo for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, do you have any questions for Janessa? Councilmember Say.
Janessa, I just wanted to say thank you. I wish I had met you during the past year when we had all of these town hall meetings, along with the neighborhood board meetings. But thank you very much.
Yeah, I just moved here, so, you know, but I'm finally home.
Thank you. Any other questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Emmy Jenkins, followed by Kelly Nishimura. Hello and welcome.
Just give me a second, I'm trying to get it up. Hello all, I'm Emmy Jenkins, and I'm here with the Honolulu Tenants Union. Pahoa Ridge is yet another example of developers putting short-term profits before the well-being of Hawaii's working class. My goal here isn't to change your mind, because the thousands you get in campaign donations have already done that. Today, I want to highlight the hypocrisy of City Council and speak directly to the working class people in attendance here about what's going on with the Pahoa Ridge development and what's going on with the larger picture and how we can fight it. I truly hope City Council will prove me wrong and decide to hold developers and landlords accountable by fulfilling their promises of affordable housing. So firstly, on Pahoa Ridge, this is not affordable housing. The median income for Hawaii in 2022 was $99,816, and the Pahoa Ridge development is for people making 80 to 100% of it. For the people who need housing, are you making 80 to 100% of $99,000? To the working class people, the people being pushed out of their houses, you're not. If City Council wants to prove me wrong, then tell the developer that they need to go back to the drawing board, guarantee housing for those displaced tenants, people getting kicked out of their houses to build this, and lower the prices of the units. You know, instead of 80 to 100% AMI, let's do 30 to 60. Let's go even lower. And secondly, you know, these projects are not for us. You know, they're for people, not for people working in hotels, working in restaurants, classrooms. They're for the people who own hotels, own the restaurants and the classrooms. For businessmen from the mainland who want to invest in property and continue to extract wealth from us. Let me remind you that the people who overthrew the Hawaiian Kingdom all went into real estate once the sugar stopped being so profitable. So lastly, I just want to say we need to oppose this development and build working class housing for working class people, the people who need the housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Emmy? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Kelly Nishimura.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay. Followed by Christina Ho.
Aloha.
Aloha, please proceed.
I want to appreciate the Chair Waters and the council members for allowing us a chance to give our voice in this project. I stand strongly in support of it. I've been a teacher for 20 years here in Hawaii, and over those 20 years, I guess it's about 1,200 students. We have smaller classes where I work, about 1,200 students that I've watched graduate. And of those 1,200 students, less than 80% of them have been able to come home to Hawaii and live here, make a living wage. And the ones that have come home all live with their parents. My husband works for a nonprofit, Papahanamo Kuakea Marine Debris Project. The two of us live with 6 other people in a 4-bedroom house with our daughter, who's 6 years old, because we can't afford anything else. I think that the City Council, while there will always be problems with development, they're hard. Development's hard, it's hard for all of us. But if you don't prioritize affordable housing, then our people can't come home, and those of us that live here and serve people can't continue to do the good work that we do. So I hope that you will have the will and the courage to support this and other projects that prioritize affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Next, we have Samuel Braun. Samuel Braun.
Aloha, Chair Waters, council members. I'm here today in support of the Pahoa Ridge project. First of all, because it allows young people like me to have the opportunity to live and work in Honolulu and not live at home with my parents or with a bunch of roommates in a house not meant for that amount of people. First, I want to address that from my understanding of the resolution, this project will be serving 30 to 60% people making 30 to 60% of the area median income. And that is affordable housing, in my opinion, and by definition. I think affordable housing doesn't need to look like what we expect affordable housing to look like, and amenities often are something that people complain about in their affordable units. I think we should be able to create nice, comfortable homes for people, regardless of their income level. Also, I've heard a lot of discussion about traffic in the area, and I think based on my understanding of the zoning committee meeting, we came to a couple agreements about how the developer could take traffic measures into their own hands and how this project could actually be an opportunity for the developer to make some beneficial changes to the traffic flow in that area. So overall, I'm in support of the project, and thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next, we have Albert Palmer.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Albert Palmer with HHFDC. We don't have any testimony on this item at the time, but are available for any questions.
Thank you. Members, do you have any questions for HHFDC? Councilmember Say.
Thank you very much, Albert, for being here this afternoon. HHFDC, for the general public at large, stands for, can you share with us the organization, HHFDC? Hawaii.
Yes, it's the Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation.
And the corporation approved the particular project at the state level, correct?
Correct.
And this is a state law, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and our job at the council and DPP was to enact measures to say that these projects would qualify for all of the exemptions from the fees that we assess to these projects to make it affordable.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, that's all I wanted to clarify. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any follow-up questions for Mr. Palmer? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Palmer. Next, we have Chun James.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, I noticed that there are a lot of hands up on the screen for remote testimony. Are these registered testifiers who were not called earlier?
Mr. Chair, these are testifiers that have not been called yet. I don't believe they pre-registered, but they indicated their desire to speak.
Okay. Shall we take testifiers who have not registered who are present first? Then we can go to the testifiers who are testifying remotely. So to the public, is there anybody here who'd like to testify? And if so, please come up to the podium. And after that, if you could create a line to the right of the podium. Please proceed. Ladies first. And then those who also want to testify, perhaps come from the right.
Aloha, Chair Waters and City Council members. I'm Lydia Nakata. I lived 75 years on Kalei Road, and you probably never heard of it till now, but Kalei Road is famous because for all the people that come around to go to on Kalele to go to University of Hawaii, they nearly rear-end us when we try to get into our lane because it's a right turn and another sharp right turn to get in there. We also have a problem coming out of our lane because we're coming from a stop sign, and anytime you're coming from a stop sign and we have to cross over to the next stop sign at Wailai, what happens is if you get hit, you get T-boned, you are at fault. My grandson got hit driving my car because 5 football players who were late for practice, and they came speeding around Wailai onto Kalele and hit him. Luckily, he tried to avoid them, so he did not get hurt. but he was at fault. Well, I want to tell you that Calais Road used to be a dead end where farmers were at the end. And in 1970, my son attended Kuhio Elementary School, kindergarten. By 1971, when he finished kindergarten, the school, Kuhio School, get everyone Mauka of Wailai Avenue, district exception, because it was too dangerous for the elementary school kids to cross Wailai Avenue, and it was too dangerous for the JPOs to man it. In 1971, my husband joined the HPD. He was a University of Hawaii grad, and the police department was looking to upgrade their police force. And so he decided to try that because he wanted to do public service. Well, we started our own little neighborhood watch in 1971, which was ahead of anybody else's time, because we were concerned of traffic. We lived in a one lane, one road, one lane, quarter-mile dead end. And they had a tea house in there. And we had a lot of children and a lot of elderly people. Well, 1971, from 1971, he went to Hokulani Elementary School. 53 years have passed since then, and there were dormitories. The farmers moved out. There were dormitories that were all built at the end of Calais Road. I had to fight with the University of Hawaii for 2 years to get it fenced off because it was too dangerous, because the cars were accessing our road, and they had to come into private property to give way to other people. But since then, besides the dorms being built, there was Sand Sheriff Center, capacity 10,000. The Les Murakami Baseball Stadium, capacity 3,400 plus. There was a girls softball field built. There was, and TC Ching Athletic Complex, capacity 15,000 and still growing. But in between that, there were 2 condos built. The Wailai Place, which is occupancy of 115, and Kulanui Hale, which is a 70-unit condo. This place is a main corridor for the people from St. Louis, Lower Kaimuki, Kapahulu, Waikiki, Diamond Head to get onto the H1 freeway heading west. And all these people who live along this corridor have to be careful when they go into their driveways without getting rear-ended and coming out without getting T-boned. It is a one-way corridor. And where this Pahoa Ridge is going to be built is at a juncture of 4 arteries. The H1 West going on in front of them. There's an H1 East going up on the side of them. There's underneath them, the H1 East coming back around to by the Humane Society. This juncture has four arteries meeting right there. And it becomes one lane King Street. The 3 roads coming around becomes one lane. The Pahoa High Ridge developers' answer to this is to put 2 speed bumps. There are 3 lanes across. It's a blind curve. You need to have 3 across, 6 across, 9 across to stop down the traffic, to help even the tenants going into this around a blind curve not getting rear-ended or coming out and not getting T-boned. I am not just opposed to this because of its location, because for safety, because I didn't raise my grandchildren. My grandchild who lives with me, with my grandson and his wife. My sister lives down the lane, and my son and his daughter. Yes, we want affordable rentals. We need that, but this is not the location. This is going to give a roof over our head for several hundred people, but are going to inconvenience and cause a traffic hazard, which is already a gridlock, and they acknowledge that, for thousands of people. Thank you for your time. I really want this to be opposed and not built at all, not even a compromise. It should not be in this location. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Ms. Ontai? Seeing none, thank you again. Yes, please.
I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you the most important thing. It's not happy. About 3.5 months ago, my neighbor, who lives like 3 houses away from me, it has 2 crosswalks there, one by Pahoa Ridge, the other one by Koali Road. He was crossing the street. He does this a lot. He's single. He's in his, I think, about 60s. He got run over by a car. 3.5 months later, he's home now. He cannot walk. He's in diapers. He needs help. I'm trying to get for him Medicaid. But this is not something you want to happen. We don't want to wait till somebody is killed. This juncture over here, this little corridor, it was like entertainment for us. Every week there was a crash, there was a rear end, there was some kind of, all the neighbors would turn out. I said, oh my God, another one. It was like better than watching television, which is not a happy occasion because they went into several yards, crashed into several yards near several bedrooms. But anyway, I don't think that we should wait for a fatality before we realize how bad this traffic situation is right now. And I found out that you can actually get speed bumps now without being within a school district, and that's what we need now. We don't need the high rise, but we need about 6 or 9 speed bumps going across the road. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I add something?
Can we have people who haven't testified yet? I think we have at least half a dozen folks.
Afternoon, Councilman Waters. My name and council members. My name is Arlene Velasco, and I'm a resident of the area that would be deeply affected by this Pahoa Ridge development. I'm also a member of the Diamond Head Neighborhood Board number 5. And I know that everyone here has given all the sane reasons why this development should not be allowed to proceed. But I would also like to add that I haven't heard anyone mention that the Army Corps of Engineers is also looking at that area to develop huge retaining walls for the stream that goes right by that property. And it would, I don't understand how this building can possibly be built in that location, in that size. It just defies, to me, it defies common sense. It just, and proper planning. I just don't, all the reasons, the traffic, the congestion, I have had to walk that area when I've had a broken down car, and it's dangerous. It's just downright dangerous. I hope you oppose this for all the above reasons and take into consideration the opposition of the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Council Chair Waters, Council members. My name is Mitchell Tainanes. I am a field representative with the Hawaii Regional Council of Carpenters, representing over 6,000 local construction workers. We've heard the community's concerns regarding this project, and we believe that our need for housing trumps traffic and height concerns in an already built up and busy urban Honolulu area. Additionally, the Amendment CD1 effectively addressed the concerns of the community, and is an unrealistic expectation that this island can continue to grow without increased traffic and taller buildings. We must be creative in finding other ways to mitigate these efforts of growth without alienating Oahu residents who cannot afford housing. Now is the time to build more affordable homes for our residents so they can live in this place we call home and not be forced out to be living in the mainland. But speaking as a 49-year resident, father of 4, soon to be 6, ages from 26 to 1, I have my daughters looking for, went out there looking for rentals. Now they're living back at home. Very fortunate, didn't fly out yet. They have a safe home to go to. And we, as a father, I don't want them to be flying out to the mainland. I want to keep them safe here on this island for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Aloha, Chair, members of the City Council. My name is Dion Kalaola. I'm with the Hawaii Regional Council of Carpenters. I could go on and tell you why I strongly support this project, but I'll keep this brief. Just a few reasons why I support this project. For one, it will create countless economic opportunities for people in the construction industry. That will help stimulate businesses in the area as well. The jobs it will create once this project is complete and the impact it will have on the housing market. I appreciate your time. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Chair and members, Nathaniel Kinney, Hawaii Regional Council of Carpenters. I think there's been a lot of great reasons why we should build this project. We are also in support of the project, not just because of the jobs that it creates. These are homes for future families. I too have 2 young sons who I hope will stay here if there's a place for them to stay. I also live really close to this area. I drive through it daily. So I understand the concerns about traffic and the concerns about some of the safety in that area. And I appreciate that the people have come down here to testify and show their opposition to this thing. But unfortunately, when we're here supporting projects, all of the affordable housing projects, I think it's what is the most unfortunate is that the people that are going to be living in the place don't show up as well because they're too busy working, just like our members are too busy working. So again, just to be clear, we're in support of the project. We understand the concerns of the community, and we feel like the developer has done the necessary things to meet those concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Hello. Welcome, City Council. I want to highlight that I was here with the Honolulu Tenants Union, some other tenants, about a few months ago around the Ku'ilei Place project that went through on your guys' orders. And we saw the fallout of that. We saw it. You guys didn't, because you guys didn't follow up. But we saw tenants moving to places that they would rather not have lived. We saw people moving back to the mainland. So like, how can both sides really be using this argument? The people that want to build it say like, oh, this is for working class people. This is for teachers, firefighters, whatever. And then the other side that doesn't want it is like, oh, well, none of us can afford it, right? And I really think it comes down to who you're listening to, If you listen to the kids of the developer complaining about moving out of their parents' houses, or you listen to the actual people that live there telling you that they cannot afford it. When your city employees having to take vacation to come here and give testimony, knowing that, we can't afford it. I'm a city employee, I can't afford this place. I don't want to hear any bullshit from these young people saying like, oh, I'm gonna move out of my parents' house and buy a place at Pahoa Ridge. Have you ever paid for a studio? Have you ever paid for a studio that's $1,800, $2,000 a month? You can be an engineer in the city and not afford that. So let me just set the record straight. This is not affordable. They come here claiming we want to build affordable housing. This is not affordable. So when they use our arguments to build this thing, and you try to listen to them and say, oh, we need to build affordable housing, right now it is not affordable. So listen to the voices of the people who actually live there, who actually pay rent, who actually work in your cities. And that's why I'm not really even talking to you guys. I'm talking to the people that run this building. Your clerks, the janitors that clean the hallways, the people that actually run city council, bring you your little notes and stuff, all that's jazz. They're the ones who cannot afford it. The people who work in the city cannot afford it. The people who work for the state cannot afford it. The people who work the jobs that keep this island running. So listen to the real voices and make your decision there. And then just know that this is on you. This is your job, Calvin Say. I'm sorry. You cannot skirt that responsibility.
Any questions for the testifier?
Can they state
Councilmember
their name for the
Cordero.
state name for the
Oh,
record?
yes. Do you mind stating your name for the record?
Nick Hill, Corona.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to testify? Please proceed.
Aloha Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kaina, honorable council members. My name is Brian Lee with the Hawaii Laborers and Employers Education Trust. Thank you so much for making the difficult decisions and doing the people's work. It's really a difficult thing I know you struggle with. And I wanted to thank Uncle Calvin Say for some of the changes that he made in the CD1 to address the concerns and mitigate some of the problems. You know, when I started in my working career 30 years ago, possibly more, an old engineer told me that all the easy stuff was done 30 years before him. So any projects you do are going to be difficult. If we had stopped 60 years ago, most of us wouldn't even be here. You know, there are people that were probably had 1 acre lots that complained about the R10s, R5s. But this project is going to be for 30 to 60% AMI folks. And housing delayed is housing denied. I want to just briefly read a list of developers that I've kept a list of over the years who went bankrupt, left the islands, or abandoned their projects. Because construction and building homes is not easy. C. Brewer Homes, Bruce Stark, Mike McCormick, Aston, Andre Tatibue, Herbert Harita, Chris Hemeter, Dillingham, Jim Schuler, Maui Land and Pine, Jack Myers, Aloha Kai, Charles Panko Builders, Centex, Watt Homes, Crescent Heights, Lusk Homes, Lear Siegler, Crown Vista, KC Rainbow Development, General Growth, General Mortgage, Lyle Anderson, Anikona, Colin De Silva, Suntory, Mitsui Fudosan, Seibu, Honeybee USA, Pacific Links, China Oceanwide, Obayashi, California Investment Regional Center, and most recently, China Oceanwide, Atlantis. Development is very difficult in Hawaii. It's the most difficult in the country. But these developers, using good local companies like Hawaiian Dredging, using good union labor, have built a lot of good affordable homes for young folks so that we can stay in Hawaii. So I ask you to make the difficult decision, I know, but change is inevitable. And we have to keep in mind that without housing, nothing else matters. So thank you for your time and appreciate everything that you do.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Thank you. Is there anybody else in person who'd like to testify before we go on to the remote testifiers? Hello and welcome. Please proceed.
My name is Ruth. I live in the neighborhood, and I'm aware of the problems with the traffic. As of now, there's tremendous problem, but with the additional number of units, it's going to be much, much worse. And also the idea the project is going to be scaled down. It's just a whitewash, because they started with 450, now we got to 300 units, and it's still too many. And also, the idea that it's going to keep people here in Hawaii. No, it's not. It's just like a greenwash and a whitewash. It's just a use of slogan just to convince people. Thank you.
We're in recess. Okay, good afternoon, members. For those of you watching remotely, there was a medical emergency, and thank you to our first responders, the Dr. Ireland, Chief Howell, Police Department. Thank you guys very, very much for your quick response. Members, I decided we must go forward. Resolution 24-9, if we did not take a vote on this today, it would automatically be approved. Also, Well, I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to accept more than, I'm just going to allow people to testify once. I know some people wanted to testify numerous times, but in light of what just happened, I think it's important to keep this moving. Yes. So next, I'd like to turn to remote testifiers and those who have your hands up. So, Mr. Clerk, can we start with our first remote testifier?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Okay, it's Margaret Murchie here. Thank you for calling on me. I have been waiting for quite a while, and I was registered. I'm here to testify against this project. This location is not suitable for a high-rise. That Eva end of Waialae Avenue is terribly congested. It's confusing, and it's very scary, very short with tight accesses and egress to the freeway east and west, Malka and Mackay. Most residents that we've talked to are not aware of the proposed construction, and town halls were not that well organized. It's truly not affordable when you look at the rental rates, and it's less than half an acre. What a waste of our scarce tax credits, and they're taking advantage of the governor's general fast tracking, lifting the rules for current zoning, height and density, park dedication, and asking for millions of dollars and exemptions. It's not in a TOD designated area. I suspect it'll be similar to Haleakala and Hawaii Kai, where they end up selling, having used our tax credits, and it'll be too late. The governor should have been more specific, and the developers and carpenters should focus on building out west around the rail stations. That was the agreement. We previously talked about helping businesses out west. Carpenters should have plenty of work out west. They've had 10 years to plan, and they need housing out there. It would be very disrupting to the existing residential communities, and there's already a lot more additional traffic at UH. I'm not a NIMBY, but I am in support of good common sense planning and construction. And this project is not Pono. Even the current resident who testified could not live there as a student with these rules.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, thank you. Mr. Clerk, our next testifier.
Hello.
Please
Hello.
proceed.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you for waiting.
And thank you, Chairman. My name is Cyrus Maximum, and evidently I was called earlier, and it might have been my little boo-boo. But I am opposing the Paoa Ridge Apartments. I am a tenant, and my daughter is as well, and she had already made her oral presentation. And my wife and I am making the oral presentation for us. And first of all, just to introduce myself, and I know you guys are having a long day, and I do thank you. And I want to first of all say, aloha mai kako. I was raised in Kalihi. I'm a local boy. I had to leave the island, my island, to join the military to serve my country. And so what happened with all of this is I still believe that Hawaii is no kaoi, and I believe in the Hawaiian spirit. And what I want to do is basically let you know that my opposition to this is safety, safety, safety. 22 years in the military, a Vietnam vet, safety is so important. The other thing of safety is people. Very important. People, something that we cannot do without. And with safety, we're going to keep our people safe, okay? But with this building of this Paoa, it's bad news completely. And basically, I did submit a written opposition. And what it is it's been said before. I mean, how can you build a huge, monstrous thing that I believe, I'm trying to get to my notes here, 21 stories high, okay, for a family trying to house like 211 families. And first of all, Waialae Avenue is very, very congested, very congested. Every place you go around there, there's people that's having to put on the brakes, doing rear end collisions or trying to get that to stop. And going into Paoa, the podium, the parking podium, there's only one lane. One lane, that's going to cause a massive bottleneck, okay, just to get into the apartment. And so when you're talking about 211 family members, you're not talking just 200 family members. The average is times 2.5. So you're talking about 600 plus more people in an area that is already congested. Let's take a look at the psychological rat thing, okay? The fat rat in a cage, fat, dumb, and happy. You put 100 rats in the cage, and what happens? And this is going to happen at Paoa Ridge, or basically Waialae Avenue.
Sir, may I ask you to wrap up your testimony, please?
I'm sorry?
May I ask you to wrap up your testimony, please?
Yes, I will. Okay. I do know I have a time limit. But anyway, the bottleneck going in there and coming out is very, very dangerous. They're going to be turning left out of that parking area, and they're going to have to merge into 2 lanes to get into the right lane into the most busiest H1 freeway arterial, and a very short one at that. And trying to do that is very, very dangerous. And it's very, very hard to do. It's going to plug up the traffic between the hours of 5:30 to 9:30 a.m. and then the closing time of work from 3:30 to maybe 6:30, 7:30 at night. And the other thing is, besides it being very dangerous, look at all of our pedestrians there. Okay, I just heard one person just got ran over. Look at our college students, the people that are supposed to be building or helping to build our future at all of those universities there. Chaminade, Pacific U, and University of Hawaii Manoa. This is very dangerous. It's a no-go for me, and I'll tell you what, it is dangerous to put something that high on not even a half an acre. Very dangerous, and is it even safe? And was there really a traffic study done? I don't think so. So we want to keep our people safe. We want to keep our Aina safe, and it's not affordable. Okay, it's not affordable because they have an HOA. An HOA can cost them maybe $500-800 a month plus their fee that they're going to pay for their rent, and it's not $1,000. It's going to be at least $2,000. There's a lot of baloney going on.
Thank you, sir.
And so I'm hoping, and thank you,
Appreciate
Chair.
your testimony.
Mahalo no kako. Okay, ua mau ke eo ka aina I kaponi. Aloha.
Hello, thank you. Mr. Clerk? Our next testifier.
Aloha, my name is Michelle Matson. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can. Aloha, welcome.
Thank you, Chair Waters. The City Council is the final authority to approve approve with modifications, or deny this misplaced development proposed to be perched above the freeway across from the westbound on-ramp that directly serves 3 major residential communities that rely on this freeway approach to downtown, the Honolulu airport, and beyond. You have received a ratio of 4-to-1 written testimonies opposing this proposed spot-zoned high-density high-rise at this location and imploring the City Council to deny this misplaced development. The proposed misplaced development will not only significantly adversely impact the contiguous residential community along Old Waialae Avenue, but all the surrounding and connecting streets leading to the freeway from the proposed misplaced development will become gridlocked, including the Waialae King Street freeway overpass, the very limited left turn lane onto King Street to Kapiolani Boulevard, and back onto Waialae Avenue to approach the freeway on-ramp. As shown graphically on the Community District exhibits provided with the Diamond Head Kapahulu St. Louis Heights Neighborhood Board's resolution and testimony. I hope all the council members have had a chance to study this testimony and not be driven by campaign contributions by the developers. It is time for the City Council to be responsive to your communities and concerned constituents who are strongly opposed to the proposed spot-zoned, high-density, high-rise development that clearly belongs elsewhere in a properly zoned area, as Council Chair and District Council Member Waters has suggested. Regardless of how nice the developers are to work with, according to 2 council members unaffected by this proposed misplaced development, we implore the City Council as a whole to deny this proposed development at this location. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, our next testifier.
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Yeah, aloha, everyone. This is Winston Welch. I like to testify in my capacity as chair of Neighborhood Board 5, which is Diamond Head Kapahulu St. Louis Heights. And I certainly hope that the person who was affected by the health care there is recovering now. I'm glad you had folks on site. You've heard a lot of passionate testimony today, and unfortunately, the way that this 201H system is set up, it puts you in this bind every time. And this is the real problem, isn't it? As Ms. Matson just testified, you're essentially forced to spot zone every one of these developments that comes up. But what the communities, I think, are really asking for is, if we live in a community like Diamond Head, Kapahulu, St. Louis Heights, we live in a community that essentially is low-rise, 1-, 2-story structures. There's a few higher buildings that are, along the main streets. But if we wanted to live in Kaka'ako or in Mo'iliili or even deeper in Makiki, we would have chosen to live like that. But we don't. And so what this type of building does, and we don't doubt the good intentions of the developer. I thought they were very sincere. It's just that it's the wrong place for this building for all the variety of reasons you've heard. So we would ask that as these things come up, you all have connections with these folks that are building. These developers develop. For our friends of the construction industry, there is not a shortage of buildings that can be built in other places, even, perhaps over in deeper in Mo'iliili where this might be appropriate. It also, looks at our DPP planning for the area, and it basically shoots them. The projects to heck and beyond. Ku'ilei Place was more units than DPP had planned for over 10 years for the area in just one building alone. So, as we move along, we would just ask that as these come up, you would implore your connections, DPP, however we want to do it, to come deeply to the neighborhoods very early on, years in advance, and say, we're thinking about this here. How would that be? If it's a resounding no, it's a resounding no, and it's not just NIMBYs saying no, but in this case, it may not be just the right building for the right place, as you've heard. So other places, they might say, actually, that is appropriate, or, we got to work with the communities here so that we, I read an article about how Foster Tower went up in Waikiki, and that shocked everyone. And that was back in the 60s. And I wasn't around then, but that happened in every neighborhood. And for the neighborhoods that don't have the proverbial Foster Tower in them yet, we want to keep the character of our neighborhoods the way that they are. And it's not an either or, as we're often presented with. Either we have these things built in the places anywhere, or people are going to live on the streets, or they can't afford it, or they'll have to leave the state. It's not an either or. It's not a false dichotomy. And I would implore you to consider that as you move forward, not only in this particular project, but in all of these projects that come before you. Thank you for all the good work that you do for our community every day. And aloha.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, do we have any other remote testifiers?
Mr. Chair, that concludes the testifiers.
Thank you very much. Members, we're in discussion. We also have the developer here if you have any questions, as well as Department of Planning and Permitting. Councilmember Say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Let me start off by saying that for this particular project, all parties have been very cordial and aloha in their relationships and deliberations. Today, I wanted to share with the members what the zoning committee did as the committee draft from the original request proposal by the applicant. The committee draft 1 incorporates conditions of approval to mitigate project impacts. Notably, the committee draft 1 includes conditions to address public and government agency concerns, DPP, DTS, Department of Planning and Permitting, Department of Transportation Services, which is the county, Department of Transportation, which is the state, the University of Hawaii, and other agencies that were affected by it, such as DLNR and SHPE. About the project height, project affordability, and the traffic impact and safety measures. The applicant, Mr. Chair, has offered to reduce the scale of the project by decreasing the building height from 250 feet or 28-story tower to 210 feet, a 23-story tower. The modified project will have 182 dwelling units instead of the initially 211 dwelling units. Regarding project affordability, under the committee draft 1, the council would approve development of the modified project as rental housing under scenarios 1 and 2 only. We have decided to delete scenario 3, which was the fee for sale area. So under scenario 1, except for 2 managers' units, all affordable units will be rented to households earning 60% and below of the AMI, the average median income. That AMI is determined by HUD. We're using the formula by HUD, tied to our Census Bureau. Under scenario 2, except for the 2 managers' units, all affordable units would be rented to households earning 80% to 100% of the AMI. So for the general public out there, first and foremost, the applicant has to address scenario 1, which is their application for financing of the project tied to the low-income housing tax credit, LIHTC. If they do not get the credit, they do not do the project. Okay? And in that particular scenario, for scenario 1, they have 2 cracks added. Mr. Chair, I did not come up with the deadline that these applications have to be submitted to HHFDC by February. And I think the general public out there who spoke in opposition has a very good point of our Hawaii revised statute, which is 201H-38. So I'm not going to talk about scenario 3 because it is not part of the committee draft 1. The committee draft 1 also imposes conditions of approval to address traffic impacts of the modified project 1 and 2 and implement safety measures by requiring the applicant to design and construct the following improvements with the approval, Mr. Chair, of the Department of Transportation, the state. The corridor of the Old Wailea Road, way up going to the exit to the freeway west, is all in the jurisdiction of the State Department of Transportation. Mr. Chair, I would hope and pray that our state senators and state representatives talk to the department to see that these safety measures are implemented or constructed. 1, physical measures or barriers, vertical delineators to prevent vehicles from entering the H1 West on-ramp from the modified project. And there has also been discussion. Instead of these delineators, why not the concrete barriers that you see to have a dividing line? 2, ensure adequate sight distance from the modified project separate ingress and egress driveways to the westbound blind bend along the Old Wailea Road Avenue. 3, reduce the size of the existing triangular concrete island along Kalili Road to accommodate vehicle turns from Kalili Road onto Wailea Avenue. 4, Mr. Chair, add in a bulb out on the opposite west curb from the concrete island along Kalili Road at the adjacent crosswalk near to the H1 West on-ramp to maintain the existing crossing distance for pedestrians. 5, install 2 speed bumps along Wailea Avenue to the east of the modified project site, Kalili Road, and the H1 West on-ramp. And 6, that we ensure that all modified, which is scenario 1 and 2 project driveways or improvements, are designed to minimize the number and size of potential conflict areas between bicyclists and vehicles. All modifications to this project and the conditions of approval imposed are intended to mitigate impacts of the modified project, address public and governmental agency concerns, and move forward with the best project possible and provide urgently needed affordable rental housing in urban Honolulu. Mr. Chair, in closing, some of these requests that are being made was submitted from our 2 state legislators, our state senator, and our state representative. So we are incorporating some of their requests to be in the application. So in closing, no matter how we look at it, yes, it's hard for me because I do represent the area, and I am listening to all parties, plus our future generations of homeowners or renters. So closing, I just wanted to say thank you very much for the privilege and the opportunity. And for the residents, I apologize if I did not have the vote that you wanted me to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you for your detailed explanation of the project. Members, any further discussion? Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. Wanted to just share my support for the project and say mahalo to zoning chair for just the work that he's put in to working with the community, with the developer, you know, just with the message of aloha we received this morning on what aloha means. You know, I don't think anyone on this council exhibits that more than zoning chair in terms of the patience that he exhibits, patience that I personally often don't have. And so appreciate his willingness to explain and go through and really make a project that I think may not be perfect, but really is indicative of what we can accomplish when we work together and we take input from everybody. And at the same time, recognize just the gravity of the housing crisis that we're experiencing and the need to have units at all income levels. I'm there 100% with folks that say we need more 30 to 60% AMI units But with, thousands, I think it's 50,000 actually leave every year. I know the 15,000 is like offset by folks coming in, but just the enormity of the crisis with folks at all income levels, all different types of jobs leaving, I think we really need to, of course, work through these projects, but at the same time, this is one of many, many, many projects we need to get moving along because, the time we waste on slowing down projects that actually provide housing opportunities for families, I think the more families we're just going to lose. So appreciate everybody's work on this and understand everyone's concerns that were shared, but do support the project.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Tolba.
Thank you, Chair. Voting with reservations, I support the changes made by zoning chair and do support the city's efforts to support affordable housing in the 30 and 60 AMI range. But still have concerns, like Councilmember said, on the traffic. So I will be voting with reservations. Hopefully we can get that settled to make all parties happy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Cordero, followed by Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to thank the zoning chair. If we do nothing, it goes right to HHFDC where, it will be approved without the push that we are pushing through the zoning committee and this body. The major concerns that I have are relating to the traffic and thoroughfare. Manoa was I'm going to Manoa for high school and all throughout my college and postgraduate years. Definitely know this thoroughfare very well. As for development, the testifier, Janessa talking about why we need swimming pools. I agree. I also agree with why do we need parking at new development. And I think that's something that we also need to hold accountable to new development. We don't need parking and we don't need more cars on the road. And so anyway, voting with reservations, and I look forward to the post-traffic report that's coming from the Department of Transportation. And with that, I just also want to we also don't need wider freeways and wider lanes. So I just wanted to put out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. Is it an appropriate time to ask a couple of questions?
Yes,
is that okay?
please.
I wanted to, if I could have High Ridge Casa, the developers. The questions I had really were in relation to some of the testimonies that were shared. I do want to thank the zoning chair, Say, for explaining. I think it's really important to explain some of the information that maybe the general public doesn't know, and even we as council members who aren't abreast of every topic in each measure. But I think there's some misunderstandings. I think the public thinks that we're making decisions based on contributions made. Honestly, I don't think any of us have. I haven't actually received any contributions, and a lot of the decisions we make are not based on that. So I just want the public to be aware of that. But in regards to the question that they did ask about the roads, I'm not here in town a lot, but the few times I have been on that one road, I know what they're talking about. It is very congested. So I was just wondering if that was taken into consideration, and what was the thought process in selecting this one site to have the building? Because I am in support of affordable housing, but just so maybe we could explain to the residents in that area why that location was chosen and the reasoning for the specific space and location, and how we can address their concerns on the traffic and the safety of the pedestrians.
Thank you, Council Member, and I want to thank the Council and I want to thank the residents. These communities are never easy. They're difficult. In an ideal situation, when someone is living there and there's a vacant site, as far as a neighbor is concerned, it's best that it remains as is. From a developer perspective, we're out there looking for sites that are close to the urban employment centers, that are close to schools, that are close to services. And in urban Honolulu, these sites are becoming far and few in between, especially when looking at sites that, like this site, has actually multifamily zoning, allowing 150-foot height. So, and finding someone who has a site that they're willing to sell. So when we look at sites and evaluate them and you start narrowing what site is available, what site is zoned, what site is closer to urban, what site is the seller willing to work with you and provide you the time, you would find that it becomes a very limited option of sites. And hence we arrive at this one, where we looked in the urban core, we looked something that is closed, we looked at a seller that wanted to sell, that is willing to give us the considerable amount of time. This is not a market rate development where we can get entitlement and we can proceed, even with the blessing from council today, if it occurs. We still don't know where we are in line as to the oversubscribed funding program. So when evaluating this, we do evaluate what is it that we need to do. Councilmember Cordero mentioned parking, and we understand that there's a strong debate about parking. And our concerns today, as it stands, is residents who, if it's developed, that potentially live there need to park. If parking was eliminated, and we're talking about height today, that would cut down 55 feet. But we can debate very strongly today whether we should have parking or not. If we decide there's no parking and reduce 55 feet as an example, bringing that height from 210 very close to the 150 that's allowed, and then there's parking and there's overflow, we're significantly and negatively affecting that neighborhood. So again, we evaluated, okay, we should put the parking because today, as much as we all want to see the change, and I love the concepts, and that's how you think of the concepts to get there, you know, less freeways, less lanes, less cars, but that's not the fact today, and hopefully we have solutions for tomorrow. So in selecting this site, this is how we came about it. Then we evaluated traffic, and I understand how difficult these issues are, and I respect what is being said, but today, as Council Member Say has said and worked closely with us, multiple traffic agencies, state and DPP, have reviewed the traffic study that's done by an independent third-party consultant. And with the reduced unit counts that the City Zoning Council Committee has asked us to do, it dropped the peak AM traffic to 0.7% increase. That's 58 cars. You don't actually have all 180 units line up in the morning at one given time and go out. I'm being facetious in my example, but the traffic study indicates 58 peak travel AM and indicates peak 68 in the evening coming in. That's the study. The study was done past COVID in 2022, and the study was done in the AM and the PM in order to determine the AM and PM peak hours. So when we look at these sites, then we begin developing amenities. We really believe that amenities are needed. If you look at our communities, we provide a variety of amenities, whether it is fitness rooms, community rooms. These are really workforce housing people, and they come and deserve these amenities, and we place them where we can, and we place a variety of them. But if you look at our development history, nearly anywhere in the nation, beach or not beach, we do focus on amenities such as pool included, but there's a whole lot that goes into evaluating a site, and this is what we did here, and these things have presented itself. We are grateful for the body here that we are in front of, because what it allows us to do, it allows us as a developer to come and put our best foot forward with what we believe we can do. It allows the community to come and speak their opinion for which is their right. And then what Council Members Say in his leadership has done with the rest of the council to come and say, let's find a way to mitigate some of these concerns. The reduction of unit, the reduction of heights, the significant increase in the traffic mitigation that is above and beyond what this development brings, but at the cost of the development. And those we felt were prudent and wise, and we accepted them and said yes. So hope I answered your question, but there's a lot of factors that go into it.
Thank you, Mo. And I did want to, I appreciate you answering, because I want, I guess, the public to know that when these decisions are made, it's not, we're not making it flippantly, and we know that a lot of work has been put in by zoning chair Say, as well as the developers, and even for us, we take this really seriously. Whether this is not physically in my district, but we make decisions for the whole island, and we know that we have a housing crisis. And I look forward to continuing the discussion. I really appreciate when we can be fully educated as we go along the process, where we can listen to the concerns from the community. But like the testifier, previous to the recess said, Mr. Lee, that in Hawaii, the reality is if we're not building, if we're not creating things, then we're going to look back and we're going to miss opportunities. And that's, although it's painful now to think of it, we know that if we look back 20 years from now, it's going to be a time that we had missed opportunities, because moving forward, with land being the highest commodity and building here, we need to build homes and housing for the future generations. If we don't act upon it now, then we will be deficient in the future. So thank you for answering that, and I hope that we can move forward and continue to have discussions. But we know that this project is for approval, and a lot of the mandates that were given are really, again, placed upon us from the state. So we're doing our best to make the best decisions that we can for the whole island, and keeping in consideration everybody's input. So thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mo.
Thank you. Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question while you're up there, Mr. Mohana. So just to understand, the current allowable height without any incentives or benefits, that's 150. Is that what you were saying?
That is correct.
Okay, so you could do a 150-foot tall building at market rate if you wanted to?
That is correct.
Okay, and so really what we're doing is, with a little bit extra height, I mean 150 is already pretty tall, we're getting a project that has actual income limits on who can live there. Is that your understanding?
That is correct. It's a 62-year restriction that is recorded against the site by the state of Hawaii, and compliance is checked on an annual basis by the state agency, HHFDC.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Tupolo.
No questions, but just comments for later if anyone else has questions.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions for the developer? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I just want to thank the testifiers that came out today, and I really do hope that the gentleman is okay. I definitely am grateful that we're able to show aloha today. I do agree with both sides. I mean, there are valid conversations about the word affordable. It's variable. Let's be honest. It's subjective. It's different for everyone. A lot of people call housing on the west side affordable, but lots of us work 3 jobs, 2-3 jobs. People leave at 4 a.m. in the morning, come home at 9 p.m. So you pay the price for affordable on living on the west side. And part of what, everyone wants to see who lives in rural areas is keep the country and keep the urban. So definitely supporting housing in town helps to cut down on the amount of transportation and commuting time that you have to do. And I would heavily advise, the developer, if they end up getting the funding they need. I think the safety is a huge issue, but there's some really important conversations about the Aloha Stadium. And if it doesn't go the way they think, they might expand that stadium at UH. And that would add another 10,000 seats to that football stadium, of which that whole area is just going to be so dense with so much people coming in and out of it. So who knows how that conversation will go? They're going to RFP it out this summer, something that they need to take into consideration. With all of that being said, what we do here is that we don't own the land. Yeah, so we don't even get to have a say on whether it happens or not. We're talking about whether or not we can pull it back to what the community wants, and if we can make it at all a little bit more affordable. That's really all we can do in this situation. So I do want to thank Zoning Chair Say for trying to pull it back to a more reasonable spot for the community, but also just at the end of the day, trying to find a middle ground. I've had both projects in my districts, one where the city owned the land and we had lots of say, and ones where we didn't own the land and we had to just work with developers that were willing to be open with us all the time. And that's really all we can hope for, is that they continue to be honest and communicate with the public through this whole process. So I do believe that by supporting this, we are helping it to be as affordable as we can, even though it really isn't for many people. But we hope that we can get into more deeper areas of affordability on other projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I just have a few things I want to add. So state law, right? The legislature passed a law, Section 201H, that requires the city to act within 45 days. We're required to follow the law. If we don't do anything, it's deemed approved. As Michelle Matson, my constituent, pointed out, that we have 3 options. We can approve with modifications, or disapprove. And I understand that the opponents of the project would like us to disapprove. What zoning chair did was, and is suggesting that we approve with modifications. And the modifications were in large part due to the testimony of the community. I also want to point out that the state defines affordable at 140% of the area median income, 140%. The city defines it at 120%. We may want to look at that. I also want to point out that tomorrow in the Housing Committee over at the legislature, there's a hearing on Senate Bill 2027. Basically, it says it restricts any county from disapproving or imposing certain conditions on a development of a housing development project or emergency shelter unless the county meets certain requirements. And it says any. That means we wouldn't have a say if this bill passes unless you meet certain requirements. And basically, and I'm not even sure this is possible, but we have to prove by a preponderance of evidence with written findings if we do disapprove something. Very interesting. And what does that tell you about what's happening? We have a housing crisis, and I like what you said, a gravity of housing crisis. Our governor did an emergency proclamation saying that our housing situation is a crisis. And because of that, I am supporting this project. I hear everything that you said today and at the neighborhood boards. And I agree, it's not the best place for this project. But I also know that there's not many developers who are actually building affordable housing today. Most developers want to build luxury housing because the margin of profit is a lot more. This project is building at 60% AMI in option 1. 60%. That's amazing. We rarely ever get anybody building at 60%. And of course, that's the option that we hope is built. Option 2 allows for 80 to 100% AMI. But as I believe, as it's written, they have to do option 1 first. As council member Say pointed out, that this is a state road. And we're hoping that we can work with the State Department of Transportation to alleviate some of these problems. And you know, I can see it. There are going to be problems. I know there is. But I do think, and the reason why I'm voting for it, is because of the gravity of the housing crisis that we're currently experiencing. So my apologies to those of you, Janessa, who live there. But my hope is that you can move back there once it's built at 60% AMI. Having said that, any further discussion before we take the roll call? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Cordero?
Reservations?
Councilmember Dos Santos Tam?
Aye.
Councilmember Kia Aina?
Aye.
Councilmember Okimoto?
Aye.
Councilmember Say? Councilmember Talba? Councilmember Tupola?
Aye.
Councilmember Wire?
Aye.
Chair Waters?
Aye.
Mr. Chair, there are 9 ayes.
Thank you. CR 15 and Resolution 24-9, CD1 has been adopted. Members, we're on page 18 of 25 with your indulgence. Shall we continue? Thank you. Top of page 18 from the Committee on Parks, Enterprise Services, and Culture and the Arts, Councilmember Tolba.
I move that CR 18 and Resolution 23-302 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tolba for the explanation.
Accepting a gift of a bench concrete pad and plaque valued at $4,674.38 to the city from, I hope I don't mess this name up, I'm going to do my best, Sherazali Sandri, MD, for the installation of Haleiwa Ali'i Beach Park.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you, members. We're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 18 and Resolution 23-302 has been adopted. Councilmember Tolba.
I move that CR 19 and Resolution 24-6 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tolba for the explanation.
Accepting a gift of modification and upgrades to the city valued at $50,000 for the alligator exhibit at the Honolulu Zoo.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you, members. We're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 19 and Resolution 24-6 has been adopted. Moving to page 19, Councilmember Tolba.
I move that CR 20 and Resolution 24-7 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tolba for the explanation.
Accepting a gift of enrichment items to the city valued at $8,350.33 from the Honolulu Zoo Society for the animals at the Honolulu Zoo.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you, members. We're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 20 and Resolution 24-7 has been adopted. Councilmember Tolba.
I move that CR 21 and Resolution 24-8 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tolba for the explanation.
Accepting a gift of upgrades and refurbishments to the city valued at $100,000 from the Honolulu Zoo Society for Primate Island exhibit at the Honolulu Zoo.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. We're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 21 and Resolution 24-8 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 20, Councilmember Tolba.
I move that CR 22 and Resolution 24-10 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Tolba.
Accepting a gift of cash from the city of Shenyuan, Hawaii for the upkeep and maintenance of Ala Moana Regional Park.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you, members. We're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 22 and Resolution 24-10 has been adopted. Members, we already did Resolution 23-267 at the bottom of page 20. So moving to the top of page 21, from the Committee on Housing, Sustainability, and Health, Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. I move that Committee Report 25, Resolution 23-308, CD1 as amended be adopted. Can I get a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Wire for the explanation.
This is recognizing the role of the counties in Hawaii on invasive species and urging the administration to work collaboratively for those efforts.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have 3 on our list. I believe 1 is logged on.
Okay, thank you so much. Is that Christy Martin, Nate Dube?
It is.
Hello, Christy Martin, please proceed.
Aloha, Christy Martin with the Coordinating Group on Alien Pest Species. You folks have some staying power, and I really, really appreciate you continuing with this agenda. I am in strong support of this. Our entire group is. I've worked on invasive species since the year 2000. I started at the Maui Invasive Species Committee. And just for some context, the County of Maui provides significant assistance and collaborative help on invasive species with their Invasive Species Committee, the Maui Invasive Species Committee, or MISC. This resolution, which we're so grateful for, would really begin or rebuilding that relationship between the county departments and the Oahu Invasive Species Committee. You folks have heard about, read in the newspaper, seen on TV, the invasive species that are spreading on this island, and we need to work more collaboratively. I want to say thank you also to Director Thielen and her team for jumping on this and providing some significant help already with the OISC in looking for a base yard. They're in serious need, and we just appreciate hopefully what's the beginning of a good relationship. Mahalo.
Thank you. Any questions for the testifier? Councilmember Cordero.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, and I'm sorry I didn't get to pose this during the committee, but my question is relating to how much it costs the state as a whole, but specifically the island of Oahu, any, I don't want to call it damages, but issues that are caused that are caused through devastating invasive species issues. I don't know how to describe it, but oh, sorry, were you able to hear the question? How much? Oh, you couldn't hear. Okay.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't allowed to unmute. I heard the question. Mahalo, council member. There have been attempts, some by the Legislative Reference Bureau, others internally through the Hawaii Invasive Species Council, to quantify not just the impacts, but also the expenditures. And those can be found in a number of reports. I think what I can say is that even if brown tree snakes were to arrive in Hawaii, the cost would actually be $2 billion per year in impacts. And those are impacts to the electric infrastructure, those are health impacts, those are loss of agriculture. And so when you talk about the impacts of little fire ants, those are also in the hundreds of millions of dollars. And the Big Island that's infested with little fire ants, it is still spreading on the Big Island. They're absolutely seeing those costs. And those are now costs that are being borne by residents. And so you see numbers of $10,000, $12,000 being spent by homeowners trying to conduct treatment of their properties. And they have to do this every 6 to 8 weeks to even keep the ants at bay. And that doesn't prevent them from coming back. They just walk right back across when the opportunity arises. So I don't have a big number. I do have multiple big numbers, and it just boggles the mind.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. Any further questions for the testifier? Seeing none. Thank you very much. Next, we have Nate Doobie.
Aloha, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kia'aina, and esteemed council members. I won't take up too much of your time, but I just want to echo the strong support from the Oahu Invasive Species Committee. As Christy has mentioned, invasive species are a huge threat to our economy, our agriculture, our tourism, but also our way of life. And we're at a turning point right now with little fire ant. So we really need to pull support from every corner of our community to fight this little fire ant and to stop it from spreading and hopefully be able to push those populations back to an eradicable level. Otherwise, the way of life is just going to change. And that's just one of the many high impact invasive species that our organization deals with. So we're so grateful for the support from council members and especially from Director Thielen, who we just got news that we may be solving a base yard issue for us, and we are just so grateful and thankful. I'm available for any questions. My testimony, I've submitted written testimony as well, excuse me, and then I'll just I'll close off by saying I hope whatever the medical situation over there is resolved and that everybody is safe and okay.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions for the testifier? Councilmember Cordero.
I just want to thank you for being here. I know you were with us like earlier in the morning, so thank you for sticking it out with us even until this afternoon. Thank you.
Not a problem at all.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Stephen Montgomery.
Mr. Chair, the testifier is not logged on.
Okay, thank you very much. Excuse me. Is there a motion to amend?
Yes.
Oh, hold on. One more testifier. I'm sorry. Let's do the other. Take care of the testimony, then I'll entertain a motion to amend. I'm sorry, sir. Please proceed.
No problem. Thank you so much for your time. I also submitted written testimony in support of this resolution. My name is Joe Watt. I work at Key Project, which is a community center out in Kahaluu, and we have stepped up to kind of fill in some of the current gaps that there are in invasive species management here on Oahu. I think that having the city and county jump in invasive species management is going to be crucial for us successfully keeping back some of these like truly life-altering invasive species. Right now, I'm extremely grateful for the support that we've gotten from OISC and from CGAPS. I talk to these folks all the time. and I look forward to working with more city and county folks as hopefully you folks join in to contribute to some of this stuff. Again, I would encourage folks to check in with Maui County to see how impactful Maui County support for the Maui Invasive Species Committee has been in controlling their invasive species efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the testifier? Seeing none, is there a motion to amend?
Yes, Chair, there is a proposed FD1 that deletes item 4, which refers to the selection of a lead agency. And I was wondering if I could just explain both that as well as my measure now at the same time.
Please proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. Members, although the state is the lead on invasive species management, I am very appreciative of the work that is already done by various city departments and offices, as well as the significant strides that have been made by the Department of Parks and Recreation historically and since introduction of this measure, including a potential site in Kaneohe on city property to house the Invasive Species Committee new base yard. This proposal helps to fulfill one of the objectives of this underlying resolution. So given that a lot of work has already been done, and I am recommending that we remove the request for a lead agency to be included in the report, which is the only change in the hand-carried FD1. I did want to thank DPR's Director Laura Thielen, Jocelyn Stan, Director of the Botanical Gardens, and Roxanne Adams. I also wanted to thank the community and stakeholders who have submitted written or oral testimony in support. A special mahalo to Christy Martin from the CGAPS, Nate Dubé from the Oahu Invasive Species Committee, and Chelsea Arnott from the Hawaii Invasive Species Council. I look forward to the administration reporting back to us in 6 months on the other 3 objectives of this underlying resolution, which includes the city's current and planned efforts on invasive species control, and the identification of the various agencies who have a stake in invasive species management. The third other objective relates to best management practices, and I am very proud that the Department of Parks and Rec is already undertaking their own policy on best management practices, which of course the Hawaii Invasive Species Council and CGAPS has been working on, and I look forward to the other agencies doing so, as well as including our city vendors and contractors in this process. So just thank everybody all around, and I'm looking forward to seeing the new base yard at Ho'omalahia Botanical Gardens. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second the motion.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers on the motion to amend?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. We're in discussion on the motion to amend. Seeing none, any objections or reservations to the amendment? Noting no objections or reservations, Resolution 23-308, CD1 has been amended to the hand-carried FD1. Any objections or reservations to waiving the Council Rule 19G? Seeing none, the 40-hour rule has been waived. Members, we are in discussion on the FD1. As previously mentioned by Councilmember Kia'aina, any other for discussion? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 25 and Resolution 23-308, CD1, FD1 has been adopted. To the bottom of page 21 from the Committee on Planning and the Economy, Councilmember Kia'aina.
I move that Committee Report 26 and Resolution 23-270 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Kia'aina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift of travel valued at $130.79 to the city from Hawaii Public Health Institute for the Office of Economic Revitalization's Food Equity and Access Specialist to attend the Maui Food Summit in Makawao, Maui on November 3rd, 2023.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members are in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 26 and Resolution 23-270 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 22, Councilmember Kia Aina.
I move that Committee Report 27 and Resolution 23-287 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Kia Aina for the explanation.
This resolution accepts a gift of training and certification program valued at $15,979 to the city from the Ventus Network LLC for the Office of Economic Revitalization to train, certify, and improve the Housing and Stabilization Services Program.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you, members. We're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 27 and Resolution 23-287 has been adopted. From the Committee on Public Safety, Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. I move the Committee Report 20 and Resolution 23-303 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Okimoto for the explanation.
Accepting a gift of a new Asus laptop, ID Core software, data card, ID3, Sigma double-sided printer, MS LifeCam, Studio Webcam, Pelican hard case, 5 4-color ribbons, and printer maintenance valued at $6,926.42 to the city from the deputies of the Honolulu Police Department's Law Enforcement Explorer program.
Wonderful. Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 28 and Resolution 23-303 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 23, Councilmember Okimoto.
I move that Committee Report 29 and Resolution 24-11 be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Okimoto for the explanation.
Accepting a gift of $5,000 to the city from the Honolulu Police Community Foundation to purchase appreciation gifts for the employees of the Honolulu Energy Services Department for their hard work in keeping our community safe.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
We're in discussion. Any discussion, members? Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 29 and Resolution 24-11 has been adopted. From the Committee on Executive Management, Councilmember Say.
Mr. Chair, I move that Committee Report number 30 and Resolution 24-12, Committee Draft 1, as amended, be adopted.
Councilmember Kiana for the second.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilmember Say for the explanation.
Urging the city's first responder agencies to develop reasonable and effective access to dispatch radio communications.
Thank you very much. Members, we're in discussion. Seeing no discussion, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, CR 30 and Resolution 24-12, CD1 has been adopted. Moving to the top of page 24, balance of committee reports. Councilmember Kia Aina.
I move that the balance of committee reports be adopted.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the explanation.
EMLA Committee Report 7, request for authorization to settle case against the City and County of Honolulu entitled Dwayne Ka'ai Ali'i Jr. versus City and County of Honolulu et al., civil number 1 CCV-22-000928. Zoning Committee Report 11, granting a 120-day extension of time for Bill 52-2023 relating to large dwellings, and Zoning Committee Report 12, granting a 120-day extension of time for Bill 23-2023 relating to registration requirements for bed and breakfast homes and transient vacation units.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Do we have any testifiers?
Mr. Chair, we have none.
Thank you, members. We're in discussion. Seeing none, any objections or reservations? Noting no objections or reservations, the balance of committee reports has been adopted. There being no unfinished business, on the bottom of page 24, no new business. Moving to page 25, there are no items for the committee on the whole or executive session. Announcements. Are there any announcements? Seeing none, just a reminder to council members that your annual financial statements are due at the end of this month Filings are now done electronically, and if you need assistance in logging in, please contact the city clerk. Vice Chair Kia Aina for the motion to adjourn.
I move that the meeting stand adjourned until Wednesday, February 28, 2024 at 10 a.m.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any objections? Noting no objections, the council stand adjourned until Wednesday, February 28th at 10 a.m. Thank you, members.